different colors now. Well, I don't wanna give it away, cause nothing in this life is free. Nothing the way you can say no how. Well, I know nothing there for me, and I know nothing real. Short line to the ride you end your life, knowing you break the working time. Looking for inspiration in all the wrong places. Chemical fascination destroys our generation. I don't mind. I don't mind. I don't mind. I don't mind. Looking for inspiration in all the wrong places. Chemical fascination destroys our generation. I don't mind. I don't mind. I don't mind. I don't mind. Looking for inspiration in my life. Looking for inspiration all the time. Looking for, looking for, looking for, looking for. Hey!
And good evening, everybody. Another rendition of Spline Design Studios Saturday. Welcome, 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 everybody. Just getting some things up and running. Glad to have you. Hope everybody's Saturday is off to a good start. I know it's getting really into the evening, I guess you could say, 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Here, for some of you that might necessarily be in different regions, might be a little earlier, could be later, could be a whole nother day. But for the most part, glad to have you here. Took a week off there, obviously. That's just recapping here as far as what's been going on here the last couple of weeks. Yeah, we took last Saturday off. Little breather, take care of some real life festivities. So yeah, we had some followers offline. That's good to see. Hopefully we can get some more interaction in the chat here as we progress here. Okay, but we got a lot of things I want to go over. Lots of stuff going on there. I've done some adjustments offline, off stream, as far as prior to the start of this stream. So, and primarily it does have to do with our low poly spline of our point cloud, be it the LiDAR information, the LiDAR data. So, let me see if I can bring this over. Oh, I'm going to bring that up here. Okay, so the last time we were on here, obviously, what we had done, we did some adjustments to the low poly spline, be it the checkered pattern here of our LiDAR data, and we primarily focused on this area to deal with the banking situation here. Obviously it was way off. We've corrected that. What we did not get a chance to do, and I've done plenty of other adjustments, fine-tuning of the infield here and such off stream, as far as to get this all corrected out here. I took the last time that we tested the game, tested the track in game, I took the liberty of adjusting where it needed to be as far as like in these areas in the track here. There's still some areas that may need a little bit of attention as far as the LiDAR. There's some areas that I included here much the same way as what we dealt with in the turn 3-4 area over here, which is the main oval. So we'll have to deal with that eventually. You know, we've been dealing with quite a bit of different things as far as what you would what you have to consider when you're using the point cloud. And one of the primary things that we have determined is, even though there's a lot of height data that's available in the point cloud, as far as the LiDAR data, it's, you gotta, as far as uniform scaling it to get it over the SAT image, whatever, there are what can be considered anomalies that you have to consider. But this is the only way you can really find out for yourself, is to make the spline, the low poly spline. In this case, we've been using the checkered pattern. You could use whatever pattern you'd like. I'd prefer, it would be preferable if you applied it on your low poly spline, something that's going to contrast the texture that you're actually applying to the track. Otherwise, it's going to be difficult to see where you need to adjust. Because as you can see here, you can see the track spline geometry, created by Sandbox, is coming through here. This is probably as close as we're going to get to that. The way, and maybe just to recap as far as the way we created this low poly spline, it's based on heads and tails of the track geometry spline. So the fact that a lot of this that's visible here is just lack of, just poor adjustment, we'll just put it that way, I guess, as far as the low poly spline. If I was to bring it up even just a few ticks on the low poly spline as far as the vertices that exist in there, it would probably correct a lot of this and be more flush. And I could probably show that later on the stream, to show what's actually going on here. But if you were to look like on the back side of the wall here, for example, you can see about how much we're off. See, here's the the edge of the spline as far as our low poly spline. It's on the bottom edge of the wall, which is closer to the track surface. That's this part here that's showing, that's kind of underneath the track surface as far as our track geometry spline. It's just below that. So the fact that the vertices on this low poly spline that represents our LiDAR data just needs to be adjusted up just a couple ticks in comparison. So that's the only reason why that's doing that, and it's not that far off. You can kind of see what we have here now for transition as far as our banking from the apron up to the outside wall, and it clearly shows on the back side of the wall here as well. So a lot of this, like I said, that's showing the way it is, just has to do with the not adjusting, or would need to adjust the vertices on the low poly spline, that being the checkered pattern. So, and that's evident all the way through as you go around and look through plenty of areas of this. Like in here, what I've come to find, what's going on here is there's still some like of the grandstand still evident in the low poly spline, because keeping in mind too that the way we created this low poly spline, this checkered pattern is based on the LiDAR data. So this is what we've come to find is, but you can get a really good idea. You can see how this kind of ramps up here. All this would have to be adjusted in the low poly spline to get that. See, this is all way off. You can see under, practically right through or underneath the low poly spline. That's not an issue with our track geometry spline being in Sandbox itself. It's just the low poly spline based on how we're matching that up to the LiDAR data. So you can see it tends to go back down here. it's sticking through the wall. And also keeping in mind that the edge of this low poly spline has to do with the F section that I've applied. I did not snap it to the W section for the wall. I did not snap it to that. I kind of overhung it. So the fact that we have this much overlap practically all the way around the track is sufficient. That's a one-to-one representation. I can kind of show that. Actually, I can't in this one because I don't have it in this. This is our ongoing build. But what I did to create the DAE, this goes all the way back a couple of episodes, to get that DAE to even create this flat low poly spline before adding the banking to, in comparison to the LiDAR data. I did have the F section overhanging. So in other words, it was not snapped to the W section. I had it hanging out here. So that's why this is doing that. And that may not necessarily make sense. It really doesn't matter that that's doing that right there, but just to explain as to if you necessarily had the question as far as like, why is this overhanging the wall? That's why. So, okay. So, yeah, like I said, if you go all the way through this, you can see different areas of that are kind of the track is showing through here. Again, this is the same thing with just needing to adjust the low poly spline, the vertices that are in here, I guess that are just slightly below. So that's why that's doing that. You can see the transition in here though clearly. This is not this is not 100% complete. I want to definitely keep that in mind. This is gonna have like a painted line in here eventually, and also the X sections are not snapped together like with the F sections. They're kind of, we still got them relatively hanging out. They're not snapped. So like, in other words, see how this X section here, this is why you see that transition. If I was to snap this X section into that F section, you would not see this in here. You can see that difference here. There's where the X section is currently, and this is where the F section ends. So that's why you see that. Once that gets snapped there, you won't see that. And that's part of the process of once you start to finalize the overall track geometry, you would eventually want to start snapping all these X sections into comparable F sections and what have you. Some of them you won't need to. A majority of these, like these, you would, because you don't want to have this type of phenomena here. Even if I was to put a F section right on this here, keep the X section here, as long as I've got something that differentiates as far as where that transition is. That's the primary use, to be honest, as far as to show. Because like if I was to leave it like this, for example, you would necessarily see that the transition is probably right here, which it's not. It's right here. So if I was to put an F section here to highlight, I guess, this region here, to a painted line, then you'd really be able to tell as far as like, okay, that transition's right there. So those painted lines, that's where that comes in handy as far as seeing where your transitions are, being able to tell. So, and that's all the final touches, I guess, to the track. We're not all that close to that area. So, yeah, same thing going on here. The low poly spline would have to be adjusted. And it could be even the track X sections might need to be adjusted as well. But between either the X sections need to be adjusted slightly or the low poly spline, that's why it's kind of, you see some of the checker pattern. But see that you can really, by having that checker pattern or some contrasting texture on your low poly spline model, this is all 3DO, to use as a template, as a mold, if you will, to lay out your transitions and your elevation for your track geometry spline and sandbox. You can see that contrast more easily when you have something that you can clearly see. So So yeah, this is something, like I said, that I had adjusted off stream, was to adjust this infield part of the road cars, and you see it's pretty dang close. We have a little bit there. That's not too terrible. So you can get a rougher idea as far as, see, this might be a little too low, so I might have to adjust that back a little bit. You can see that's underneath the point cloud there. So might have went a little too low there. So oops, yeah, so that might be a little too low there. So what I'm looking at, here's the based on the point cloud data, this is the actual track. You can see that's well underneath that, so I might have to adjust that. Might have went a little too crazy with that as far as adjusting it. Yeah, see, this has got a huge incline here. That's not, holy crap. Yeah, so you can see the difference here. See how it climbs up here and it's way down. It's like a huge ramp right here, and you'd be able to see that. In fact, let me see if I can tell where that's at. You'd be able to see that pretty easily in the height data. So let me navigate over to that area. That'd be around in this area. Let me check my camera view. Yep, that should be, yep, roughly in that area. Right in here, so it's probably right in here. So if I highlight this, get into the general region, and then look at our height data. Okay, you won't see it so much there. You'll probably see it more in the roller coaster view here. So let's check that. So you can see that incline right there. That's the representation of that ramp. So it's like most of this is more than likely going to have to come up to this level. See, if I was to adjust this up, and I've done this all like off stream just to kind of play around with what I needed to do, so you can see that kind of adjusting there. So let's move to this one, so you can see that all adjusting. So it's probably going to have to go more to this level than this level. That's that difference between yeah, as far as what we see, the track spline geometry is too far below, so I'm going to have to adjust, so you can see how that's adjusting here. Yep. So I don't want to go too high, so we got to find balance there. Straighten this line out a little bit. I kind of showed off a little bit as far as like how you want to adjust these to get them straight. You got these two purple adjustment points, purple or pink or what have you. The more parallel you make it to the line that you're adjusting, that's the straighter that line will get. So it adjusts the head, whoops, it adjusts the head and the tail. Yeah. So it adjusts the head and the tail. Sometimes, you know, I'm zoomed way out, so that's why it's. So we're going to need to find the right level that we need to have this at. And you can see, like I said, you can tell that being adjusted, having that point cloud data in there. Alright, let's move this here so we can see what's going on. And this is a big part of the process as far as, I need to move that over more, as far as getting the elevation, you know, your banking and what have you. This is the biggest part, the most time-consuming part of, I mean, there's plenty of time-consuming parts, but this is probably the biggest, is getting all that done right. So yeah, you can see how that's adjusting there. So we're just trying to find that proper level that we need to have this at, because it should be relatively straight across, relatively. It shouldn't be too far. Yeah, so you can see how that's adjusting here. Okay, So if I bring this down, yeah, you can see how that's adjusting. So we just got to find that sweet spot as far as where that needs to be. So it's going to be somewhere in this area as far as height. Yep, so you can see that all adjusting there, bringing that all back up. Yep, so there's a little bit of a bump right there, so I might have to zoom in here a little bit. Straighten that out. See how this is kind of cocked? It's not parallel with this line, so if I adjust it, like, make it more parallel, you can see that gets straighter. And like I've mentioned before, if you were to have a lot of small segments, you know, these are fairly reasonable, but if you were to have a lot of little slivers, you would have to deal with all that. And it makes it much more difficult, I guess, to get all the bumps that would necessarily be presented in the track if you have too many small slivers of segments. So you want to be careful with that. So let me check this one here again. This one might have to come down, maybe a tad. Let's go back to this one. Yep, so the sweet spot's probably about right there. And you can see it adjusting over here as well. You can see that incline, so want to use those between this view, your cutaway view, your roller coaster view, or your spaghetti noodles, however you want it. And this is your cutaway view as far as a side on. Kind of want to use those all in conjunction with each other. You don't want to go by just one or the other. Okay, so we're kind of further up. I want to focus on this area for the most part. I think we're pretty good. See, like this one here too. See how it's out of whack there? So if I make that more parallel with that, that straightens that out. Okay. So as far as getting any bumps on your tracks that you would see, this is kind of pretty parallel. That's good. So as we progress this way, it's kind of going this way on the track. So we would have to adjust our view. So it's kind of getting into this area. Okay. Let me see if I can adjust. It's hard to get this all on one screen. I usually do a lot of this stuff. If you've got two monitors, it'll help you tremendously. Two monitors comes in handy, so you can see how that's adjusting there. You can see that over here as well. It's actually not too bad. It's pretty good. If I adjust that, yeah, it's probably about where we want to be as far as the level. So bring this up. Yep. So like I said, this should be relatively flat through here, relatively level. Yep. So we're kind of off the screen here again. Got to adjust it. Since we got all these S turns in here, you can see what selection here. So you know what you got selected here is this region. So yeah, so we're going to be right about in that area, right about this level as far as elevation. And there's a little bit of an incline in this area in the track in reality, but not as much as we had. So that's why we're adjusting. Yeah, so that's going to be down a little bit. Yeah, so there is a little bit of an incline here, and that's kind of on that outside. This is a corner. Alright, so going this way, probably have to bring this down maybe a little bit. Something like that. Yep, change that, get this straight. Bring that down. Yeah, see, it's got a little bit of an incline going into this corner. So it's going to just try to make that somewhat gradual. And I know I've mentioned this over and over, and I haven't necessarily practiced what I preach. When you're doing a lot of X section adjustments like this, it's going to help you a lot when you save frequently. Save frequently. So I'm going to do this here. Once I get this adjusted here, I'm going to save it. Because otherwise I don't want to risk losing the work that I've done. So, yep, so you can see how that's adjusting there. So that should be pretty good there. And that's pretty good right there. Yep, see how that's adjusting there. That's relatively parallel, that's good. Oh, we're kind of out of the view here. Whoops. It can be a little bit wonky to get it exactly where you need it, but it's just using that C key. Same thing in this view, you can use the C key to reposition. So you can see how that's adjusting there. So we're going to be right about that. Okay. And these should all pretty much follow suit. You can see how that's adjusting in there. So just line these all up about the same. Yep, kind of getting out of the picture here again. So we're like in this region. And just to kind of, you can see that that little strip right down here is adjusting. You got this as a guide. You can see what's happening over here too. So I gotta still adjust. There's like 3 different X sections in there that I'll need to, and that'll probably come in handy for curbing and that. So for now, I'm just gonna get these adjusted like this. Maybe move this all up like so. And it's gonna look a little funky in here yet until I get those all adjusted. Okay, so I'm just going to line these up with this. This one's a little whacked out, so we'll just make that more parallel. A little bit whacked up here. Yep, just making that parallel with what I'm adjusting there. That's what takes out any potential bumps. Okay, so now you can kind of really get an idea of what's going on here. So just say, for example, if I was to, yeah, let's put it back over in this region. So you can see the level of banking that's there. This is all relatively flat on this end of the segment. So this innermost part here, it's got a little bit of a slope there. Okay, so like if I was to move this over here like that and move that up, see how that's, I don't want to move that up. See it, so it's got a little bit of a bank there. See how that's adjusting? But what I'm looking at as well is what's going on in this view. See, if I have it too extreme, then you got this mess. That's not good. We don't want that. So what it becomes is to kind of make this a gradual look at how this looks, how smooth that is in comparison to this. So you can see the cutaway as far as how much banking is there, but how smooth is it. Plus you can see what's going on in here. So now if I move it this way, you can see all this part here is all pretty smooth. This actually needs to come down. Yep, just a little bit. So we'll get it more like this. There we go. Same with this. Now this here is, yeah, looks like that'll have to come down as well to this level. This will have to come down. There we go. See, well, this is a little wonked out, so we'll have to straighten that up. Make that a little bit more parallel. See, now that one's going to be, yep, looking at this as well as that. And this is, like I said, the most tedious process with you know, but the fact that we have that information now to get it lined up more correctly, that is the key thing. Alright, so yep, so parallel these out like so. I'm getting to the point where I want to save this pretty soon, so I don't lose this progress. Alright, so we gotta straighten that out. Okay. That's looking pretty good there so far. So again, probably a lot of this probably has a lot to do with the low poly spline. That's not to do with what we're paying attention to is what it's doing here. See now, if I was to, let's go in this view. Oh, I'm gonna keep that there. I have to adjust. Let's adjust this side. I need to get this saved here pretty soon here. Alright, so you can see how this is dipping here, and that's on this edge here. So if I move this here, you can watch what happens here. Yep. So as I flatten that out there, it kind of goes up on a ramp here. So that's probably more the level I want to have that at. It's like this. So that's keeping that relatively flat on that side. Okay, so that should be pretty good. This line, check that one there. Yep. So that's going to need to be right about there. And all of this is obviously going to need to be adjusted as well. I think this is near, yeah, this is near that. So that's going to be, this is probably fine. You know, the fact that it drops so much like that, that's because this is that void. And that's where it kind of drops down here because of that turn into here. And this is all going to be unusable space in between here. So, because it's got that drop off there, that's, okay, so let me get this saved really quick. And I think we should be pretty good. So let's do a file, save as. Can't remember which one I'm up to. I'm up on a BU, so we'll do a V. Save it as an entirely new PTF. Alright. Now, let's just run through this once again, just to make sure. I think we got this between here, up and through here, all pretty well adjusted. Yeah, I think, and I gotta look at it again. Yeah, so that's actually not too bad right there. That's that little S area. See, it is a little low here too. That's interesting. Yep, definitely a little too low there yet. So we'll have to see. Yep. So this is that. If you look under more on a side-on view, you can see that's too low. So here's the. So I might have to raise that a little bit. So let's check that. So that is this region right in here. Hate when it doesn't. I'm gonna zoom in. Alright, so it should be right around in this region. Let's go to our side on view here. Cut away. Alright, so let's see. Alright, so let's get it over here. Trying to get this all on one screen here, you know, as far as to show what's going on here as much as possible. Alright, so if I was to move this down, okay, that's actually more in that region, so hold on here. That's what I want, right there, this line. So if I move this up, you can see how that, so yeah, that does have to come up to this level. Yep. Yep, all that's got to come up. That's what I was thinking. Okay, so this needs to come up to this level. Yep. Now we're looking like what we should have. What we should need to have. It's looking pretty good. Alright, so bring this up a little bit. This up a little bit. How are we on this part? This should be right in here. Alright, let's check here. So now this should be closer. That's better. Probably come up just a little bit more. That's a lot closer, yep. Alright, so let's go back to that region. Lots of tweaking. Alright, so we got... Go back to here again. Let's take a look at it in the camera view. You can see that happens in real time, so you can see what's happening. So it's kind of ahead of this here, so let's go this way. Alright, let's go try it this way. Yep, so I'm way ahead of it there. Okay, so we definitely need to go this way. Whoops, this way. Sometimes I get backwards myself as far as... So we're going to be more this way. Trying to see, that should be adjusting. Here, let's see. Alright, still don't have the right line. What line am I on? Alright, so I got out of view here. So we are going over that way. Okay, so I am going the wrong way. Okay. That part's all good. We don't want to mess with that. So it's going to be over this way. Alright. And what I'm comparing is just looking at what it looks like here, comparison to here, and obviously going into this. So yeah, I'm way up here. Okay, we need to get this region. Come on. So from here, I'm trying to get this region situated here. So we got, let me zoom in on that a little bit. Alright, gotta change this view here. It is a pain in the butt to try to get this all on one monitor. It's extremely helpful to have two monitors, I will tell you. Okay, so... Alright, there's... See that adjusting there? Alright, so this needs to be a little bit more parallel. Okay, so this looks like it has a little bit of a rise. So if I bring that down, yep, that's what we need to do. That more to 0. This way, yep, just bring this down. It's got a little bit of a slope there. Yep. Just bring these down a tad. See how that's adjusting here. Alright, so if we go back, so that might just be, again, that might be just the LiDAR. Needs to be adjusted a little bit because it's pretty close. Because if I move it this way, you can see it's actually, the fact the way this is represented here, this is like a wave in through here. So that's probably not a very good thing. So I'm going to try and straighten this out a bit. Actually, as I pull that, that's going to have to be somewhere around there. Yep. Right around there. So that kind of tells me, too, as far as how much rippliness, I guess, there is in the actual low poly spline. This is a direct representation of that. As far as how wavy it is, it's not, like, relatively straight across. So we're getting into this region here for that. Okay. So I want to find a happy medium between. I want to get these nice and straightened out to where it's close to the LiDAR, but it's okay. Yep, so that tells me more. That's a lot smoother because it's straight. So the fact that we're seeing the actual track bleed through that's probably just some adjustment needs to be made in the LiDAR itself. So yeah, this looks relatively pretty smooth now. This is that drop off. Now let me check this area. That would be right in this area, yep. So this is that transition coming off. The exit of the inner road course, I guess you could say, onto the main oval again. So we'll check this out. You can see how that's adjusting. Yeah, so it looks like just need to smooth this out just a little bit. Like so. Yeah, so that's kind of nice. So what's happening here, picture if you will, this is like coming back down, that goes back up onto the banking. That's why you see this here. But it would necessarily, yeah, I can see this is closer to the apron. You can kind of taking that out of view here. You can kind of see what's going on here as far as how that transitions back onto the banking slightly. So you can see as I move that one, it's adjusting that. Okay. And these are probably still just anomalies in the low poly spline again, because here, let me put that into focus. If I adjust this down, you can see how that's poking through there now. So it's you can see how far off that's not that far off. I mean, it's pretty close. But just trying to straighten that out a little bit. There's a little bump right in here. There we go. See how that's sucking down? It's probably going to have to come more like that. This one is coming from here to this one, so we probably want to have this relatively straighter too. So you can, again, you can see with the cutaway, this is at the inside retaining wall. You can see how that transitions to be the apron. This is your transition to the, to the main oval banking, and this is the outside of that. That's what's going on here, and you can see that going on here. So what I could necessarily do, and maybe that's not going to allow me to do that. Gotta play around with it sometimes just to get it to smooth out. Yep, so that's a pretty smooth line there. This has got a little bit of a bump here. Probably take that out. GD Captain Canada. Yeah, this is. I've been putting this up on the YouTube channel as far as the archives. They do archive in the Twitch channel itself, primarily as highlights as well. So, yeah, there is a, if you click on, in fact, here, let me help you out a little bit. I do have a YouTube channel specifically set up for this that does archive all that stuff, and that's, I bring that up over here a little. Yeah, so let me bring this up here. I think I put that on one as a command. I just can't remember which one I did it as. But let me go ahead and I'll throw this in here for you. I don't have it. It's a fairly new channel, so I'm needing some subscribers and what have you to get it. Let me paste this in here. I do have it as a command as well too. Oh, and it populated in there. You can check out the Spline Design Studio website as well too. But that link there, I also have. If you do, I do have commands for. Whoops, I put them in separate ones there. So we got a how one. And in fact, that's yeah. Most of these have short clips in there for like using sandbox and what have you. And I believe there's one more. So if you click on any one of those, it does give you different playlists. I'm just checking these to make sure I did these right, so I'm not steering you in the wrong direction. Yeah, so there's one in there for just general Inner 2003 modeling, handling, scripting. There's the how-to. I should have checked these all actually. Yep, the one there is for sandbox clips. So that's just short little clips on how to use sandbox. And the first one I got there actually goes to our spline designs. Those are short clips, you know, for 3D modeling and such as there. But yeah, I'll need to put a command in there, I guess, for the new YouTube channel. I do have it, like I said, in the bottom of the channel, as far as the social media links. Yeah, it's under the Twitch stream archives on YouTube. That is, like I said, that is a brand new channel. It's a branding channel, I guess, for I appreciate the sub. Yeah, the more recognition obviously I can get for that channel, the better that'll turn out in the end, as far as to be able to get that YouTube channel recognized, and I can customize the URL link so it's not just that funky one I put in there. But yeah, that is where, if not on the actual channel here on Twitch, you can look at the videos. Those are in there as highlights. I highlight the entire archive, or on that YouTube channel you can check out those. And like I said, there, if you go to that YouTube channel that I have specifically for this, for these types of things, those playlists that I did in the how one, yeah, the how links, those are also in there as well. So feel free to check those out if you like. Those are there for not only my own purpose. That's primarily, I think, if it's something that I don't want to forget, the chances are somebody else doesn't want to forget as well, or would like to know how to do it. So it's a good reference that I found for myself to go back and see, like, crap, now I forgot how I did that. So, alright. Yeah, there's a little bit of a bump right here. Let's see if I can adjust this. Yep, you can see in the profile here, there's a little bit of a bump. Not that drastic, but you can see how it's. So if as I adjust this here, you can see it moving in that as well. Oh, absolutely, yeah, and that's You know, if that's whether or not you're trying to build, you know, something to just mess around on or what have you. One way or the other, the information should be pretty useful. You know, but just trying to understand, I guess, as far as the ins and outs, as far as how Sandbox works, can sometimes be frustrating. Yeah, so okay, just keeping in mind here, I don't have the low poly spline going all the way to this point. I have it only going on the racing surface itself, so all this apron. So this is actually pretty good. Pretty darn good. Yeah, I've only got the low poly spline going to this point. I don't have it going all the way to that, so yeah, so that's where the low poly edge is, right there. So the fact that I have this little bit of clipping, whatever, into that's practically nothing to be concerned of. That's just needing the adjustment in the low poly spline. Okay, timers are working. That's cool. Yep. So we have the Facebook group page too. Just popped up there in the chat timers as far as. Plenty of outlets to go to, I guess, too, if you need information, if you have a question. That's primarily why we've got the Facebook group set up there. It's kind of our forums. We've been using that as our forums, I guess, for the Spline Designs website, as opposed to using like a PHP bulletin board or what have you. So, I think we're pretty good now to test this out. I think this area needs to be adjusted too. I think I've already tackled this area. Had a little bit of a bump coming out of exit turn 2 of the main oval, but I think we're good to the point. What I want to do is save this again, and I want to do a test into the game itself. Alright, so I'm going to do a save as. Okay, so now we're on X. I'm going to save that as a BX. And as I've always said before, when you're making these types of changes as you progress through it, especially when you're doing X section adjustments, you definitely want to save frequently. And when I say by frequently, probably best to do it within a half hour. So like, don't go more than 30 minutes, and it's going to depend on your system and how much RAM you have, because this utility being a 32-bit program, if you're running on a 64-bit machine, for sure, you do have to have a significant amount of RAM, because this application does use a ton of RAM, memory, that is, to cache. It caches itself, so it's always best to save, and if also to close the program out, sandbox itself completely, open it back up, so just to kind of somewhat purge a lot of that information that it's storing. Okay, so now that we got that saved, I'm going to confirm that was saved, which it was. Here's our save. What I can now do is create a test PTF. We haven't added anything new to our tracks. I just want to look back. So here's a list of all the PTFs that I've saved, that I've necessarily purged out. I create a separate folder for all the PTFs. So all these are all from just this session today, with the exception of the one that I started off with. So these two here are the new ones. So I purged those, eventually put that into its own folder, just the PTF. So I'm just looking through here, and I want to see how I saved our in-game test. So the last one we did was an in-game test 3, in-game test 4, in-game test 5. I didn't realize we did that many tests. Okay, so we've been testing it out quite a bit. And practically what those end up being is just throwaways. You want to test it in game, see where it's at, and then get an idea of what needs to be adjusted. And that's all we've been really testing at this point. Number one, that we can load the track without a problem, and also just to see what areas need to be adjusted as far as the banking and what have you. So I'm going to copy the properties of this name so that I can save a new in-game test. As far as this track seeing itself to fruition, as far as being released as a public release, it probably won't happen. I'm more or less just trying to show the process that's involved. I mean, we're way far off as far as being complete. The fact that we're already going into, we've been doing this every Saturday, with the exception to last week. We took that off. This is the 11th episode to get it to this point. So, whether or not this track, I have no intention, I guess, to release this track to full fruition, as far as to have it. That's not the intent. Like I said, primarily what I'm trying to show is just the steps and procedures that you would follow to build the track. It doesn't matter if it's this track or if it's another track. So whether or not that this, I have not intended to release this once it's done, if that answers your question. So what I need to do is I need to take out, one of the things I know I did add was this ground plane. And I think I gotta double check in my tracks folder in the game. Let me scoot this back here. Okay, so we have our folder for this. Yep, so I do have the ground plane in there, so that's good. So the only thing I need to do is just replace the PTF. This is probably from our in-game test 5. This was on, as of last week. That was after the stream last week, or 2 weeks ago, I should say now. 12/2. Yep. So let me check. I'm just gonna double check here really quick. That should be the in-game 5, which is this one, and that's exactly which one it is. Yep. So all I had to do is just rename that one to that. So I already have that PTF saved in my backup PTF, so I'm just going to delete it from here. Okay, and then what I'm going to do, go back here. Okay, I already got that pasted to the clipboard, so what I want to do is delete the LiDAR. We don't want the LiDAR information in there, so I'm going to go to Objects. Since that is in there as an object, I'll take that out. And then what that does is it just removes the LiDAR data, so that all we have is just our track surface, like so. And this is just to test it in the game. So we're going to go back to geometry, and then I want to save this as, hopefully that's still on the clipboard, yes. And I'm going to save this as in-game test 6. Voila, and I'll confirm that that's saved, which it is. And that's all I need is this. Copy that over to my game track folder. And I've said this before, and I'll keep saying it again. Always keep these types of things separate. Don't ever try to, it's not a very good practice to edit your track right in the game directory. Keep it all separate. As far as I've posted clips, I guess, as far as the benefits of having it all separated. One of the main things is, as far as the benefits goes, is to keep, if something screws up to the point where you've overwrite the wrong file, you always have somewhere to back up. So like the fact that I keep this separate here and I'm putting this in the game, if something goes wrong here where I rename something or delete it inadvertently or whatever, I always have something to go back to and say, oh, there it is. Because the fact that Sandbox doesn't have an automatic save, it doesn't have an undo, or anything like that, it's best to get into that habit, that discipline as far as to, so that's at least one of the major benefits, I guess, as far as keeping everything separate. And that's to include, and I go over this already in a lot of the clips that are available, keeping tracks, a project folder. That was what I was trying to say. So you got a track projects folder. So this is where I have the Charlotte Roval. See, and I haven't updated this yet. This is separate from the games track folder. Totally separate. So I keep that all. So the fact that I don't even have this updated kind of went against my own practicing what I preach. So I can put, let me do that really quick. So I'm going to go like this. At least put this in there. I know that belongs in there. And I know I did a lot of stuff. This one here, this is going back to 1125. So that one I deleted here, I did not save that PTF. See, now, had I not had that separate, like I just did, I would have nothing to go back on. But the fact that I have that PTF, that separate PTF folder, there's always something you have a backup of your backup. You can't back up enough. Just to save yourself the grief of having to do things over and losing your work. I mean, it's kind of backwards compatible, no matter if you put it in a tracks project folder or in a separate track editing folder in comparison to your overall game tracks directory. Keep that all separate. Cannot stress that enough. Save yourself the grief and the just the agony, I guess, of alright, so now that I got that saved, and I say that only because I know from experience, as far as what I've had to deal with in the past, this is next to a decade worth of experience and knowledge that I'm trying to share with everybody. As far as I've been doing this quite a while, I know what's the frustrations that I've had to deal with, and what people that would want to get involved with doing this type of thing wouldn't necessarily have to deal with as well. So to save yourself any grief and agony, just, yeah, this is why I convey the things that I'm saying. Okay, so now that I've got that done, I'm going to keep this all in here for now, but I am going to go ahead and close out Sandbox. Now what I can do is I got to make sure that this PTF is named the same as the track folder, and to ensure that, I'm just going to copy the name of the folder itself and rename it like so that I know it's exactly the same name as the track folder, so I know it'll load. To include anything that is connected to that. So the only thing I really have connected to this PTF is the background image and our ground plane, which is just a placeholder for now. Also the track mat. And granted, this track mat right now has a lot of stuff in it that we don't need. That'll get purged and cleaned up, I guess, as we get closer to finishing of the track. So there's Torch. How we doing, Torch? Number 1. Hey, are you flipping me the bird? I hope that's not the case, Torch. Please tell me that's not the case. I hope that's not the case. Please tell me. Oh, for good. Alright. Alright. I thought maybe I might have to do something. Do something I didn't want to have to do. Okay, so we've got this all set up now to test it in the game. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. And yeah, track projects. I've been given the okay, and I want to double check this before I say that. Let me just bear with me a second. Okay, so I'm glad I did check on that. So I will not, I'll kind of reserve myself, I guess, on that for now. I was just having to check out. There's some big news coming out for, and some may know, and some may not know. So I'll reserve myself, I guess, to share that information as far as for it has to do with NASCAR Racing 2003. Like I said, some may necessarily know what's already coming, but I just had to reread my messages there just to make sure that it was okay. And as far as what I've just now confirmed or whatever, I need to back off this a little bit. So I will do that. I will reserve myself. So I'll continue to use just the yeah. Alright, so let me go ahead and get I was kind of excited to actually show it off, but it doesn't want me to do that just yet. So I'm gonna say no. Let's get this thing loaded here. Alright, so going into it, let's testing mode. So the fact that we only have this set up for testing mode, that's the key thing. So I did some testing on some other tracks, but we want to go to our Charlotte Roval build. So I'm going to go into here like so, and the fact that we don't have anything in here, if you saw what was in the track folder, there's no cameras, we don't have any track shot, we don't have a track logo, and none of that. So the fact that we've got the bare minimum that is needed to get this loaded. I've already showcased that. A lot of those are in the short clips, whatever, as far as the bare minimums that you need to have to get a track to load in testing, and that's critical. We don't have all the aspects available yet, as far as to apply it to an actual race. You know, as far as all the pit stall locations, LPs, so on and so forth. So that'll come later. You know, that's the finishing touches to the track. So the fact that we've got just the bare minimum, we can at least put it in testing mode. So one thing I do need to do is I'm just gonna bring my wheel over, so give it just a second and I'll be right back. Alright, we should be good to go now. Should I put that little short intermission there? So let's go ahead and get this loaded. This should load right up. There we go. So we got it. Yeah, so the fact that we have just that narrow strip there, we don't have any LPs applied, so it's based on the center line of the track, that pink line that goes around as far as the sandbox is concerned. The game is best trying to lay down a groove, you know, based on this is all default. So none of that's been applied, so once we do get something in there, that'll eventually adjust itself as we progress. But as for now, that's what it's going to show. So we just want to make sure I got the setup in here. Not 100% sure why that took that off, but let's go ahead and get that set up. Alright, and yeah, should just be able to go ahead and drive. And let's shoot it out this way. Yeah, let's do this mode. That'll work. So we're in our pit stall. First pit stall, which we've got adjusted, and that's been, we got our ground plane and all that stuff, so it should make it a little bit easier on the eyes. So this would be going in, out the pit exit, going into what would be outside of turn 1, going into the inner road course. we can see what's going on here. I know this is mostly unrelated, but is there a tutorial? I know you got the background for the main. Yeah, we do have video for that. Yeah, wow. Yeah, you can see what I need to adjust here. Yeah, I got a little bit of a bank here. So that's got to be adjusted. Wow. Okay, so that we'll have to worry about that. But yes, there is we do have videos in it. A lot of it's, holy crap. Yikes. Okay, so I didn't adjust all this properly. Because I'm gonna have to go through that and look at that again. So yeah, we don't want that. That's those X sections that are on that innermost part there. So okay. Oh, we know when we got to adjust. Holy crap! What did I do? Oh my goodness! I don't know what the heck I did there. Whoopsie. Okay, well, at least we know when we got to adjust. Holy crap! All right. Well, that gives you an idea, though, as far as what you would have to adjust. Potentially. I'll have to take a look at that. I'm not sure what happened, but this is coming out of the infield part of the road course, going back onto the main oval. Yeah, sure is a wall now. But yeah, as far as how to get the background image in there, there is, you know, it's part of the VODs. I don't know if we've got a specific clip that shows that. I'm not 100% sure. You would probably almost have to look through the clips that we have. I know we got lots of clips in there. I will keep a note of that. If there isn't one, I'll be sure, I guess, to put that in a short clip. But I want to almost say there is one in there if you go into either the general sandbox clips there that I have. I showed I think it's in the how-to exclamation point. It's one of the hows. The exclamation point, how 1, how 2, how 3. It's in one of those. And I update those regularly. Okay, so in here, definitely got an adjustment right here. This is a huge hump right here on the apron. This is going into turn 3 of the main oval. Still got a little bit of a hump right here, looks like. Right there. It's a subtle one, but it still needs to be adjusted. Yeah, it's in one of those. I forget which one it is, but yeah. Yeah, the HAL 3, I think that goes to the Spline Designs one, for sure. It's either the HAL 1 or the HAL 2. That has, though it's sandbox clips. So, looks like I got some more adjustment to do, at least on the, let me take this a little bit more at speed. So this would be the front stretch of the main oval, coming into the turn 1. This is going past the exit of pit road into the turn 1 of the oval. Pretty smooth so far, other than what we jacked up over in this area. So you got a little bit of a curb there, which we don't. We have to fix that. All right. So we'll have to adjust a lot of that. Yeah. So you can see the curb. That's obviously not what we want. So we'll have to adjust that. Not sure what I did there. That's crazy. The fact that there's several X sections on that interior there to potentially make curbing. See, it's good right here, right in through this S area. Just not prior to it is all. So that's something we'll have to keep note of. All of this right here looks pretty good. To include this transition coming back onto the main oval. Okay, if there is not one there, I can kind of go over that to here a little bit. I can kind of show that a little bit. And if anything, I can use that as a clip. So all of this in here looks good. Let me check it over here. There's a little bit of a bump going into turn 3 of the main oval. Pretty good right there. So I think in going into the turn 3 of the main oval, we got a bump right there on the apron. Get a fix. Yep, a little bit of a bump going into turn 3 there. Of the main oval, anyway. This is all pretty good here. And this is coming into the pits right here. So let's check this out. This looks good. So now we're coming into the pits. Don't mind my driving. And this is something else we've also tested to make sure that we do actually get pit service here. Because we had a little bit of an issue with how the track geometry was on that, you know, in this area. So the fact that we do get pit service without a problem, that's good. Now we go.
Okay, go, go, go.
Give my pit crews a little bit of practice. So now we do necessarily have some adjustment to make. Okay, so we will address those now. So that gives you somewhat of an idea of how you go ahead. What I can do, you know, per your request there, what do you primarily go by? I don't want to, I know if you got a short name, you know, GD Captain Canada. Can you just go by Captain? Or do you prefer the whole name? I mean, I don't mind. I just I want to make sure I don't slaughter, I guess, as far as what... Oh, Alex? Okay. That's fine, too. First name basis? Okay, so... Okay, so either Alex or Captain. Fair enough. Yeah, what I can do... what I want to do, and I'm going to write this down, just so that I know. This is the way I do things. I want to go over that background image. I'm going to jot this down. What I want to tackle first is the adjustments that I need to make to the X sections. So let me go ahead. I'm going to note this down. I'm writing this down as I speak. For background image. I was pretty sure I had. I mean, I've gone over it. If anything, it is available in like the very first episode that we did in this series, which is archived on that YouTube page that I mentioned earlier. It does necessarily go over that. So, if anything, it is included in at least that first episode as far as how to get your background image. So, if you find episode 1, that's in the Twitch archives on that YouTube page that I shared earlier. And I think I still got it up here. Yes, I can put the link in there again, just so you have it, because I know it might necessarily got lost in the chat there. I'm surprised I don't have this up in here as a command. And I think part of my laziness is I put it down as a link in the bottom of the Twitch channel. So, but there's the link there if you necessarily find that first episode for the series in the Twitch archives for this. It would definitely be gone over in that. So feel free to check that out. But I will notate it here. I'll see if I'll squeeze it in here, just for your purposes, you know, per your request. They call him Tater Sap. Hey, John Von, how we doing there? How is it going today? I never took that out from Halloween. I'm glad I kept that in there. I kind of like that one a little better. Oh, and you did include the charity. I'm sure they'll appreciate it as far as giving that to charity too. So yeah, for anybody that tends to be to want to cheer any bits, just like Alex did there, Captain there, put that hashtag charity on the end of it. 20 cents to every 100 bits that's donated, and it doesn't have to be 100 bits to make that abundantly clear. but for every 100 bits that's donated to any and all channels, 20 cents of that goes towards Direct Relief, which is I've checked that out myself as far as it's a very good organization. It's kind of like along the lines of Red Cross. It's kind of like a third-party funded, public-funded relief for people in disaster zones, people just in a bad way. These fires that happen in California, for example, it directly benefits those types of things. So it's a huge cause. So definitely consider, I guess, anytime you do cheer, make sure to include that hashtag charity at the end of your. So thank you for that, Alex. I'm sure those people that benefit from that through Direct Relief will greatly appreciate that. So yeah, that's a huge thing. I almost forgot to mention that. I did get that set up in a channel. There's some things you have to do in your channel, I guess, to make sure that that's recognized. So I did make sure to do that. And it's part of what they consider to be Twitch's Blizzard of Bits campaign. So it's kind of interesting. Alright, so now what I want to do, with all that being said, I don't want to bore people to death with that. So we've tested all that out. Now I know we need to adjust. I'm going to go into here, so we're good on that. Yeah, so it's kind of like a double win-win situation. It not only benefits me, as far as the channel, at least anyway, it also benefits those that need that direct relief. So yeah, it's win-win situation. I'm just trying to remember where I left off here. I hate to get sidetracked here. So we were on X here. So I'm just going to go ahead and double click this as I close the sandbox right out. And I want to switch my screen over here too. Let's go to this one. There we go. Yep, that's still got the uptime on it. So we're almost an hour and a half into this. Man, time flies when you're having fun. Okay. Now, we know what areas we need to adjust now, so I got this open. I want to unlock all geometry so I can get at that the X sections and what have you. Yeah, so let me get that adjusted first, and then we'll go from there. So we got Z. Your primary keys, and I know I've got this highlighted in the sandbox clips as well, that you use for sandbox for navigating around. Height view, be it the main window, main sandbox overview, is Z, X, and C. That's about the only keys you need to use. C, moves you around. As far as just moving your mouse and the C key, it navigates you around the workspace, and your Z key, X key zooms you out, Z key zooms you in. That's the only primary keys you need for sandbox, as far as that goes. Okay, so the areas we need to focus on was like right in through here. Definitely in this part. And slightly in here. So between here, here, and here. That's what we need to adjust. So we got kind of that curve or that. So let's take a look at that in the height view. What in the world do we have going on there? Alright, let me back this up here, try to focus that. Alright, so that's relatively flat there. That should be good. Let's check our spaghetti view, our roller coaster view. Okay. Let me widen this up just a tad. Okay, so let's see what we have going on here. So we've got, if we move this forward, alright, so yeah, this is where it starts to, let me move the camera view onto that area. So yeah, we're centered in the track, so it should be right here. Yep, you can clearly see that. Holy crud. Yep, so there's our bank right here that we don't want to have there. So we definitely do need to adjust that. And you can see it in the cutaway view here as well. So you can see the slope down. You can clearly see that in the cutaway as well. So what I'm going to do, get a better idea of how I need to adjust that, is move this. And I can see that move here. So that's now flattened out. Okay. So let me check it here again. Yep. So that does need to come down like so. I can see that moving here visually, here as well as over here. So that's where that needs to be. Now, we still have, we're going to have to straighten this out a little bit. Alright, so if we go forward, yep, so you got that little bit of ramp there. We don't want that, so we're going to take that out. So we should be going forward. I want to make sure. Yes. Okay. So that's what we want to take out. Yep. So this is the region that's currently selected. We're in this region. So yeah, you can see what would need to be. So here's where it rises again. We should be able to see that here as well as over here. Oh, is that what it goes into? Okay. I know it does necessarily go over there. And like I said, I can make sure that I show that, you know, per your request. I will answer that request. I just wanted to take care of this first, which shouldn't take me too long. I really want to show, you know, like when you notice these types of anomalies when you're testing your track out, exactly what to look for, you know, as far as especially dealing with your height views. Your height, yeah. So once I do that, so you can see this is where it rises here, and we should be able to see that in the camera view as well. I will definitely go over it though. And if anything, to show my appreciation, I guess, for the biddies shared. Okay, so might have to get underneath here. Oh my goodness, look at that. That's why I didn't see it. Holy crud. Yeah, see, this is so it might necessarily mean we'll have to adjust that up all the way across here because it's kind of sloping in here. Okay. I see what's going on now. Alright, so let me see if I can get this camera view over a little bit. I'm glad you're finding this useful. This is, you know, part of the thing with this whole process is the fact that we have the LiDAR information now as far as the height data, to apply that and use that to our benefit to get our, so we're not guessing anymore as far as where the height actually needs to be, you know, on these realistic tracks. So what I need to do here, and we can see this adjust here. I want to get this camera view. You can see how it slopes here. That's this here. That's that slope here. So it looks like what we need to do is get this all up like so. Get that straightened out. So that needs to be at this level. Like that. See, and that's showing in this way too. So there must be a little bit of... Now, let's see how that looks here. Okay. Bring up the height view. So we definitely need to be at this level. Alright, so let's see. Yep. So there must be a little bit of a rise. As you come out of this corner, there's a little bit of a rise right there. Just a little bit. So this is all straight going into this section here. There's a little bit of a rise coming out of that corner, is what that is now. Okay, now let's go in here. I'm going to scoot this over. Let's take a look. Put this back in the camera view. Let's see how we're doing here. Yep, so now we got to adjust it down in this end. Whoops. So we got that all straightened out. Now we got to adjust this right here. You can see it's still feathered right here, but see all that right there? And you can clearly see that right here. So we got to move this up. Straighten that out. Yep. And then this would have to come up with it. This is that innermost, so we'll have to bring that up. You can see how that's adjusting here as well. So we got a little bit of an incline here going into this corner. And I already mentioned that earlier. Going into that one corner here, there's a little bit of, it rises up here. There's a slight elevation change, you know, going upwards. And that's true to reality. That's what we've come to see as far as the actual track. So that's cool. You can actually see that. Alright, so moving forward again. Make sure we're right here now. So we probably got still some adjustment. Whoops. Gosh, there. Alright. Clicked out of it. Alright, there we go. So what I want to do is I want to refocus this over here. So you can see it. And bring up the height view. And we'll check our camera view. So now we should be closer to where we need to be. Yep. That's much better. Okay, so let's look over here. We should see that. Yep, we got a huge dip. That's what I expected to see. It's kind of really hard to get it in there, but yep, it's really wonky here. So we're going to have to adjust that. And when I say wonky, this is how wonky. You can see this here. Let me zoom in on that. See how much this drops? It's got a huge wall right there. You can see that in this view as well. So we're going to need to bring this up. You can see that adjusting here. Like so. So it's probably somewhere, maybe just a little bit lower. And we'll smooth that out like so. Bring this one up. There we go. Now we're cooking. Now we're cooking. And you can see how that slope, how that's going here. Yep. So we can just make some final tweaks here. Find some adjustments. Not too bad. That's pretty decent actually. So if we move it forward again, we should still have a little bit. So we got some smaller segments in here. Yep, so you can see that wall is still there. Yep. See how much it's dropped down? That's what you see here. So we got to get that all adjusted up. And we want to take a look. Let's get it to this view here. Yep, we got to get rid of that. So let's bring this up. Probably about there. Just that across. Bring this up. Yep, so you can see that adjusting right there. Beautiful. Yeah, so the fact that we do have that visual as far as that checkered pattern for the LiDAR, that's where we know, we can tell where it needs to go as far as the elevation. So, alright, so just finish this up here. Okay, so we're moving forward. Again, see, at this point, for my purposes, I don't need to see that. I can see what's going on here, and can just look at the camera view. So I know this needs to come up, like so, and I'm just watching until it kind of disappears. So it's just below the surface of the LiDAR, like that. And I think, hold on here, I may need to adjust. Let's move over to this point and bring this down. I need to come down. You can see that happening over here. Let's go back one, bring this down. There we go. Get this leveled out. So you can see how smooth this is now. You know, between this, and what we can see here. Like I said, I usually use 2 monitors. I guess to stretch this out here. I'm trying to squeeze this all into one monitor. It's not real easy. That does necessarily come in handy if you've got more than one monitor. So I'll need to bring this edge up. Like so. Straighten that right out. And I can necessarily smooth that out on this view. See how that's kind of wonky? We'll make that more parallel. So this one, straighten this out. That's actually not terrible. So just make this more parallel with that. Bring that up a little bit. Yep, so we're just fine tuning it. Yeah, so between here, and what we see here, that's good to go. So move it forward again. So now we got a little bit more of an incline here again, so we want to straighten that out. Let's move our camera, just so I can show you what's going on here, so we can see, hopefully that, yeah. Let's see if I can reposition this here a little bit. There we go. I think that'll work. Ah, crap. Here, let me slide this over here a little bit. There we go. So now we can see, whoops, that's kind of off screen a little bit, I think. Yep. Let's move that over a little bit. There we go. Yeah, I forgot I got my camera view on that one there. Okay, trying to get this all in on one screen so you can see it. Alright, now, this is where I want to put a webcam in there so I can kind of put certain views, I guess, on a webcam, like a picture-in-picture type of thing. I'm getting there. I'm not quite there yet, but alright, so I want to move this down, level this out. You can see that slightly adjust there. And let's see if we can move this down. Yep, so you can see that adjust there. That would be this edge out here. "3DO files into Blender?" No, not directly. What you would have to do, welcome to the stream, by the way. Pontiac, is that L? Am I saying that right? L Pontiac? Yeah, welcome to stream. Yeah, as far as direct 3DOs, to put them in Blender, no, you would have to convert. You would have to convert the 3DO to like an OBJ and or a 3DS, some other format of that nature. But no, now as far as 3DOs directly, I know one of the tools that I do tend to use, and it is a program that you would have to purchase. I don't have a link for it, unfortunately, but it's called 3D SimEd. And the latest version, I think, is 3.1. I believe that's what I have. That seems to work really well to convert 3DOs into a format that you can put into your modeling program, be it Blender. I don't particularly use Blender myself. I know it's a free program, relatively. I tend to use 3ds Max. Between versions of Max 5 and 14 for my purposes, mostly, but yeah. Hopefully that answers your question. Okay, so we got... Oh, yeah, well, that's a good reason. Understandable, I've been there. Yeah, the fact that majority of the Max versions, the 3ds Max versions that I get, because I am alumni to the university to which I attended, I have practically unlimited access to that type of stuff. But yeah, I can definitely understand that that restriction that you would have. I have not tried to create models in there. The main thing is, for creating 3DOs though, keep this in mind. If you're going to use Blender, as far as I know, there are no pass export options. You need the pass export option in order to create a 3DO in an optimized fashion. Yeah, so as far as Blender is concerned, there's no way to necessarily... Wait a minute, what's going on? Why is that on? Oh, I know why. Okay. Just wondering what the freak was up with that. Okay. Yeah, so as far as Blender goes, there is no pass export option. Now, keep in mind, Okay, I mentioned the 3D SimEd application too. I don't want to go into a whole. I don't want to make the stream, I guess, as far as my qualms, I guess, as far as 3DO is created with the 3D SimEd utility. That's not a good option to create 3DOs for Enter 2003 directly through the 3D Sim application. They are not optimized. I'm just going to say this very briefly and, kind of just bluntly. You can make 3DOs, you can produce 3DOs in a 3D SimEd utility, but they are not optimized. So like if you create a model in your modeling program, put that OBJ or 3DS into the program and create a 3DO, your polys are going to be exploded. And what I mean by exploded, it's going to bloat that. So not only the file size is huge, it's going to greatly explode, maybe even implode as far as like the actual original size, overall size of that original model that you created in your, probably in Blender as well. Any modeling program, when you run a 3DO through the 3D SimEd utility without using a pass export and using the command prompt, is going to create a bloated 3DO. There's a huge difference to include file size as well as frame rate that you'll witness in the game itself. That's all I'll pretty much say about that. So, oh, the 3D SimEd? Yeah. Yeah, if you care to want to do that, Torch, that's fine. You can pretty much Google it and, oh, wait a minute. So did it, yeah, it did purge that for you. I see that. Oh, okay. I wanted the way to put the flagger texture onto the default official model. Oh, I gotcha. Okay, yeah, we can probably definitely talk about that there, Pontiac, I guess, about that. I know you had, I was just getting ready to go on stream, I guess, when yeah, I did read that kind of briefly, and I do intend, I guess, to go over that post case. But for now, yeah, I kind of get what you're saying, what you're trying to do there. See, what I've had to do, now that I got you on here, the model that I was showcasing for you, like in the Splash and Go Discord, that model that I created, that I've shown in there as far as the wire and all that stuff on that new series flagger, that's an entirely new model. Entirely new model. So that has nothing to do with the original model. I mean, it does somewhat as far as the scaling and all that stuff. I did use it as a guide as to the assets that were available in the original series flagger. But that model that I showed in there, as far as what I showed the screenshots of, that's an entirely new model. So that's just a static. It doesn't have any animation or anything to that. That's what I've been working with Cosmin off stream, I guess, to get to potentially get that thing actually working. Because as you can tell, the texturing for it, as far as primarily on the back, we've had the problems like you mentioned as far as trying to map the original series flagger. It's tough. So that's why I've gone ahead and be like, heck with that. I just made a new model, textured it properly, and then it's just a matter of getting all the animation in it to get it working. So that model looks great compared to. Oh, well, thanks. I appreciate that. That was the hope, to get it looking better than in the original. Keeping in mind that understanding the limitations that Pappy had back in the day there. That's what they had to do, I guess, to get things. I don't necessarily deem it as them just being sloppy and or lazy. They had to a relatively low poly model, because the model that I've got there, it's only slightly higher than the original model. But the fact that once I get the animations in there, that there's still a lot of testing that needs to be done to it. That's why it hasn't been talked about too much. for now, I don't want to create too much hype about it because it may not even work. What it's going to come down to is it going to create the game to crash? That's going to be the next test. And Cosmin obviously does know quite a bit about what the limits are. He's, with the detail that he's put in a lot of the Manx mods, and so on, to include like the Manx 18. He knows quite a bit as far as like what you can actually throw at the poly limits, within the game itself. So that's what I've been picking at his brain, I guess, to say, okay. And he's been hopefully still wanting to help me test that thing out to get that working properly. So whether how soon that necessarily comes to fruition and actually gets working there is still yet to be seen. It may not even work, like I said. But the fact that I did at least take the initiative, I guess, to create a static model that has no animation and was able to get it textured the way I have it there, that's what you see there. So, yep, you're mentioning, yep, well, I totally understand it. Just finishing the last of your sentence there. The reason that the seam is the way it is that the original NASCAR Cup Series decal on the back didn't have the text overlapping. So with my decal on it says NASCAR. Well, yeah. Yep. Nope. You're preaching about just anybody that has tried to paint a new texture, I guess, onto the original series. And again, this is why I found it necessary. Now, it's still going to have the seam, and that's why I put the flat. I showcased the flat. It's still using the original series flagger flat. That's what I wanted to use. I wanted to keep some consistency as far as what was used originally and what have you, as opposed to making an entirely new texture, because a lot of people are still used to that texture. And in actuality, it makes it much easier to do it that way, even though you still have to split it, as opposed to having the entire back just as one, straight across, I guess you could say. Yeah, so it does work out better, and like I said, you can see the results of it as far as to be once you cut it completely in half and put one half on one side of the back on the texture, the flat, and the other half on the other side, it seams right up. So that was my main goal, I guess, as far as going through all that. And like I said, right now it's just a static image. It's just a static object, I should say. It doesn't move. It doesn't have any animations to it. It's just the way you see it. It's WYSIWYG, if you will. So continuing on, yeah, we will talk about that a bit more as we progress here. But I can applaud your efforts, I guess, as far as what you're trying to do there. Like I said, I briefly went over what you had going on there. If you put the default anims on it, it would probably work fine. I don't know yet. That's what I don't know. Like I said, the main thing with it right now is the polys are higher than the original model. So the only thing that I have done thus far with the model that I have is get it in there as a static image that does not have any animations in it, and putting it in testing mode with a full field of cars or whatever, it seems to work. Okay. But until we get the animations in there and get all the different things going on with the arm and all that stuff, I don't know. So that's what I'm hoping. It up to this point, the fact that it does work, it continues its progress, I guess, as far as working once we get the animations in there. So, kind of losing track here a little bit, no pun intended, but let's get this smoothed out, because I feel like I'm wasting a little too much time. It's good talks, don't get me wrong, but I want to stay somewhat on focus of what we're trying to do here. I do eventually want, once we do get some testing done with that, I want to showcase that deal and show that off a little bit. That's for sure. Because there's more than we've got a lot of tricks to throw at this old dog as far as getting it to do certain things. So I think we got this all nice and smoothed out now. We took that wall that existed there, so we got a lot more smoothed out. I think we still got a little bit of a lip here, though. I don't like that. What's going on with that? We gotta fix that a little bit. It's hard to see maybe in the stream there, but there's a little bit of a rise right there. I want to kind of see if I can take that out. Let's see here. Let's go back to that region. We're good here. This is all smoothed out. Let's just fix this here. Alright, so we go here. Yep. It's just a slight one, but it's not... Yeah, it's not that much, but it's just a slight one right there. So I think I can adjust that right in this view. I got this camera view. Let me get this over. It's kind of screwing me up when I look at my... Oops. Alright, so height view. Camera view. Alright. So we should be able to see this adjust here. Yeah, so we should be able to watch that there. Yeah, so this is just a little bit of a hump here. So I just want to straighten this out. And you can tell what it's at because it shows the degrees right here. You know what, Torch, I didn't give you permission here. Let me see if I can give you permission. Yeah, that's what I need to do. So I need a permit. Let me see if I can give you permission. I hope you're still there, Torch. I didn't mean to forget you. So permit. This is a second here. Torch. Get your name right. 1957. There. That should give you. That should permit you, Torch. If you're still there, go ahead and. You still got that link to the 3D SimAd utility. There you go. Yep. So that's the link to. And like I said, it is a paid program. It's not that expensive. I think he's got it like at $30 or $35. And he's updating it all the time for the more current sims. I know he's got like a set of Corsa in there and Project Cars. You know, if you have any of those, so he does update it. Dave Noonan is the fellow, I guess, behind the development of that. Very cool dude. He's helped us out tremendously over the times to. All right, so I got that little bit out there. Let's see. Yeah, maybe this just a little bit. Yep, see it's got that little bit of a lip right here. You can see that slight little bank here. It's got like a 4-degree bank thereabouts. It's not that critical, but I'm not really to the point where I want to add curbing to it yet. So now I just got to see if I need to go up on that one or down on this one. So let's check that. So put it in the camera view. Yeah. Okay. So I think I can get away with going. Actually, we got this up. Let me go to that area. Let's go down here. So it's like right in here. Whoops. Keep blocking the camera view. Alright, so let's move it over this way. Okay. Yeah, so you can see that moving right there. So we want to get this up to there. So I think if we move all this up. Nope. Okay, so bring that down. There we go. Okay, so we need to bring that down to here. Okay. And I'm watching this here too, as far as how far that's going. as far as keeping that straight. Alright, now we go here. Oops, we're up. Crap. I'm going to move the camera again. I want to keep this smooth. I don't want to get it all wonky. Alright, so let's bring this down. Move that to the left. There we go. Straighten that out a little bit. Yeah, that's a little better. I think we should be good there. Yep. Alright, now this here, where's that at? That's on the outside, okay? Whoops, in the camera view. There we go. So we gotta straighten this out. That's better. That's more better. Straighten that out. Yeah, see now we got that nice flow that we got here. This is all straight across here. Good. Very good, very good. Alright, so we took that little bit of curving out of that. Very nice. Okay. Now, another thing we had to do, we had this little hump over here on the apron. We'll see if we can adjust that as well as that little bump that was in the turn 3 area. So let's navigate over to that. So that would be around in this area. So between here and there. I want to get all these adjustments made. So let's zoom this out so we can see where we're at. Yep, right about there. So right in this region. Let's see what's going on here. Alright, so I'm going to zoom this out. Whoops, I got it in the wrong view. Right click to go on the other pane of the height view. There we go. Alright, so this is our cutaway view of that. Now, let's bring up the camera view. Like so. Now we can see what's going on here. So we got... Yep, you can see the cutaway here. So like we're on the very innermost X section, which would be here. That's what this one represents. So that's here. This goes the apron, and there's the bank. There's the outside wall right there. That's what we're dealing with there. So what we need to do, let me go in this view. I always like to adjust when it's these types of adjustments, so you can see it moving. Smooth it out here, and then adjust it here accordingly if needed be. So now we're moving closer to the apron. See how that's adjusting? Yep, you can see all these bumps in here. So we're just going to smooth all this out. That's pretty parallel, okay. Yep, so that's smoothing all that out. Smooth that out. That's pretty parallel. Yep, so we'll just bring this down a tad. Yeah, so now that's nice and smooth right there now. So this, that's on the, okay, where's that at? That might be where our bump is. Yep, that's probably good. See, the fact that that little bump that we're going into turn 3, that's probably what this is right here. See this here? That's what that little bump is that we felt. Because you have to consider this view right here. That's our roller coaster view. This is be like if you're riding across it like this, like in this direction. Like if this was your car, if you were to like put your car in a side view, running across this is what you'd feel. So this is the bump that exists right there in this region going into turn 3. So yeah, let's bring up the camera view. I don't want to, I want to make a subtle adjustment, so it's probably this bump right here is what we're feeling. So I'm going to adjust this down, smooth that out like so. That should be all I need to do. So like if I move it forward, that's going into this region. That should have been where the bump's at. So that should be nice and smooth now. And we'll have to test that to see. We may necessarily have to bring this down some, but I want to test it first to see. We might have to bring this entire line down a little bit more. But for now, I'm going to leave it just like that to see if that takes care of that bump. And if it doesn't, then we'll adjust that. And the fact that you can reference, so like we're in this region right here, the way you can tell, you know, to go back to this, like if you want to adjust this region, the best way to do it, that I use anyway, is to go by your segment. So this is segment, in this case, segment 52. So this is segment 52. So like between 51 and 52 is where that bump existed. So like as far as if you're still feeling the bump, you know, and want to go back to that after you save it and test it in game and what have you, you want to refer to those segments, and that'll get you back to where you're adjusting in here, since there really isn't any way to tell that directly in the height view itself. So use the main view to tell by your segment in that regard. Okay, so we made all those adjustments. So I'm going to go ahead and save this as a new PTF. And we're on BY. So we'll save that. Now what I'll do, before I go in and test this, I'm hoping I didn't lose Alex, GPD, yeah, Captain there. What I can go over here really quick, as we just surpassed the 2 hours into that. That's cool. Let me show you what would be involved in applying your background image. And I'm going to do this very loosely. This is already assuming that you know how to set up your, you've already got your track creation. We do have a video for that too, and that's on the SBP site. In fact, let me see if I can bring that one up. There is a track creation setup, and let me see if I can. I will bring this up here really quick, just for you to reference. And this is all going back to our SBP works. I'm going to put the direct link to the video, to be honest. Yeah, here it is. I'll link you right to that track creation. And this is an old video, so don't, please excuse, I guess, the crudity of, we've gotten so much better on creating videos. But the fact that this goes all the way back to, in this case, it's got almost 1,000 views on it. So many supporters. Back to 2015 when we did this one here, so good 3 years ago. But here's the link to that video. That one there, now this is assuming that you've gone through this procedure, I guess, to set up, you know, and this is just our method. This has been our method, I guess, as far as setting up your track. And this goes over like your track editing folder, as far as to what the sandbox will use, I guess, to open up the PTF and adjust all that. That goes through all that process. This is assuming that you went through all that. As I you know, some crudity, I guess, to how I showed how to do this background image. So like, let me go ahead and close this. Now I got this saved. I'm going to confirm that that's saved, actually. Always good to check that. So it did. Yes, so here's my save PTF. Good. So I can close this. Alright. Let's do a new. So I do have the background image in here, but what I'm going to do is start over from scratch. I'm going to make a, so like if you were to start off with a brand new track, okay, so here's my track edit directory. All my track edits are in here. This, I'll get all mostly the SBP tracks and what have you still in here. You want to create a folder, and this is all gone over too in that track creation setup there. Create a new folder, and you can name it whatever you want. I'll just put my track for this, the purposes of this. I always like to put underscores where there's spaces. So let's call it my underscore track. Excuse me. All right. So let me see if I can sort that. So yeah. So you have your empty track, like so. What I'm going to do, and again, just for the purposes of this demonstration, I'm going to take this background image that I have for the build that we've been working on. Okay, go to that folder, put that in there. All right. So now that you have that MIP in there, now there is some explanation as to what size you want to make. You got to stay within the constraints of a power is a 2, and that's assuming you already know that. What's meant by that is you cannot go over power 2. And the highest that we've come to see, and this is what this MIP represents in here, is in a 4096 by 4096. Okay, that's about the highest that you can really put your image in, which is usually getting plenty of room to put your background image for most tracks. So the fact that, in fact, let me open this really quick. I got open with the MIP2 utility. That's another useful utility. Let me go to, oh, that's not what I want. I want this one here. Got too much going on there. So if I go to here and open this up, might take it a minute. And this is a high res. This is a HD, but this is representative of a 4096 MIP file. So this is what exists in here. So start off with a 4096. When you stitch your, and there's another video that James has got. He's one of my partners in crime as far as the track building. He's got a video as far as how to stitch together a high definition sat image like I've got here. I won't go into that because there's a video for that. That's we do have that on the Spline Designs as well as the SBP archives there. So this is assuming you know how to do all that and you've been able to get produce your image, put it into whatever your image size happens to be, and like I said, it should be able to fit within a 4096, just like this one. Okay, so once you've got that in there, center it as best you can. Yeah, definitely center it as best you can. With your image editing software, be it I use Paint Shop Pro or hell, even GIMP for that matter, and then produce your MIP. And the properties of this one here just happen to be because it's a 4096. Keep it at default. In this case, it ended up being a 1210.3, which the size of it, and that's going to depend on your image quality, ends up being just under 5.5 megs for that background image. So just to give you some idea of what you're doing, but I always keep the properties when you bring your background image in. Just keep it at the default as far as producing your MIP. Spit the MIP out, save it as a MIP. Do your save as, so on. I've already got it saved. Spit that out. Either right in your track or on your desktop, whatever. Put it in your track here. Now, what you can do is open up your sandbox. Yeah, go open up the sandbox. Alright, so get this loaded up. So you'll have this. Now what you want to do is you want to go to Adjust, Background Image, and then point to that. Hold on a second. Oh, I missed a step. My bad. See, and this is why. It's probably a good thing to go over, actually. And I know we go over this, like I said, in the episodes for the start of this. What you want to do first to get it pointed to the folder that you'll be using. Yeah, I'm kind of glad we're going over this, actually. What you want to do is create a straight. Okay, just in the middle of the track. You don't need to position it or anything like that. Just create a straight, and then when you go to File, Save As, this is where you'll get to point to the folder that you're going to be using. Okay, so in this case, what I would have to do is go to that My Track folder, and it'll be whatever you've named your folder. Okay, you can name this whatever you like. It starts off as track, which for this demonstration is fine. Save that. Okay, and then that should have produced a PTF with your SBX, which is fine. Go back into the main view here. So you got this. I'm going to go ahead and close this out again. It's always best to do that. You can do one of two things. You can either double click the PTF that it produced here, or open your sandbox, through your start menu. Either way, go like this, and it should load, which it does, which is what you want, and it'll be centered on that straight that you created. Alright, so it'll be blown up, into that straight that you've created. You can necessarily get rid of this once you get your background image in, so don't worry about that. Now that the sandbox utility is pointed to that folder, this is where, the sandbox knows where to go to reference all the files, be it your textures and what have you now, to include your track map. Now, keep in mind, the way I just did that, fair notice, I have no track map folder yet. Okay? It's not required by Sandbox to have a track map folder. It's when you start laying your splines out, as far as like all your F sections, whatever, that's when you have to have that. Okay? A lot of people don't necessarily realize that. Just to get your folder defined as far as what Sandbox is going to use is what I just showed. And what I am going to do at this point is I am going to put a track map folder in here. Just for the sake, because you're eventually going to have to do that. Because you're going to need something in there, I guess, to show the fact that I don't have any textures applied or anything to this yet. Once you start applying F sections and W sections, Sandbox is going to tell you, hey, where are my textures? Where's my texture folder? For the track map. It will necessarily bark at you for that. So that's just a fair mention. So that's why I'm going to go ahead and put that in there, even though there's no textures in it. That's fine. It's going to look for that track map folder. Now, in that track setup thing, the other question you may necessarily have is the shared folder. Now, the fact that I've got this already set up in my track editing folder, and I have the shared folder already unpacked. Okay, so this is all my unpacked, and it has to be unpacked. Shared folder has to be unpacked. The fact that I've already got that all set up, and this is where I primarily go to for Sandbox, it's already referencing. It sees that shared folder, and it's unpacked, and that's why I haven't gotten any errors. Because it's in that directory of... So the fact that I'm in this directory to reference my folder that I want to use, that shared folder's in here in that same directory as far as editing, that's all good to go. So hopefully that makes sense so far. My wife needs to do some stuff, bro. Okay. Thanks for stopping by, Torch. Glad to have you. So, yeah. Thanks for stopping by. Hope you have a good evening. So far, if everything's been explained well enough so far, hopefully, just let me know if anything's unclear. So far what we've got the straight in here. We've got the sandbox pointed to the track that we want to work out of. Be it in this case for this demonstration is the My track. So we got everything we need now from this point. Now that that's all been done, you can see this is an empty track. It's just going to lay this out. As such, there's going to be nothing in there just to look at in the camera view, but you will have that. And if you don't have that, that's probably fair mention too. The way you can get that so you can check on, I think it by default it doesn't have the horizon in there. I can't remember for sure, but you can turn that on See, otherwise it'll just be black. It'll just be blank. So if you turn that on, that'll get you this view. Obviously, there's no track geometry in there, so it's not going to be anything. So, kind of going off on a tangent. So now we got all this done. Just trying to fill in, I guess, any potential voids that might exist there as far as like, whoa, how do I get this? How do I get that? The background image now can be referenced now. So now I can go into adjust background image, and that'll now populate because Sandbox knows which folder to reference. So now if I bring that in, and by default is going to be set up 500 meters by 500 meters, which is not correct. But that'll at least get it initially in here. You'll still have this in here, and that's fine. You'll be able to get rid of that once you get your... I like to leave this in here because this is centered. This center line, as far as this segment, when it saves like that, this is in the center. So I use that as a reference as far as applying the background image. Okay, so now that we've got the background image in here, obviously it's not you want to get it to the right size. You want to get it scaled properly. So the way to do that is you would have to use something like Google Earth, is what I primarily tend to suggest, and use the ruler tool that is in Google Earth to get your measurements. So use the ruler tool to get what you need, and I've already got what I've taken the liberty of doing in my background image for this one, which comes in handy, is I already got those values of what I need already applied, so I know what this needs to come at to. Alright, and that's just for quick reference. So if I ever do want to make changes, I guess, to another build of Charlotte based on this image, I can do that, or even another one for that matter, because that's, you know, those will relatively stay the same regardless of how you create your background image, you know, stitching it together through Google Earth. So that'll give you a good idea as far as like that. And what these values, just another fair mention, what these values do take into consideration is all this dead space that exists in here. That's not just the image, you know, the sat image, you know, as far as the track itself. That includes all this dead space. So you have to accommodate for that in order to size it correctly. And that's only because we have that constraint of keeping the background image as far as what we put into a MIP file in the constraint of a power 2. And again, this is representative of a 4096 by 4096. So now that we have it at this point, we get the measurements from Google Earth based on known points from within Google Earth itself. And just for the sake of reference, I'll go ahead and measure. I'll put up the linear guide. This is what I'm trying to get to. View linear guide. That puts that right in the center. And what you want to do is stretch this out to, you want to take your measurements that you take, there's going to be like the apex from one end to the other of the track, both directions. So let's say, just for the sake of this, your measurement in Google Earth ends up being, I want to say it was 900. I'm guessing. I don't have Google Earth open, and I'm not going to open it. I'm just going to do this really quickly. But let's say your measurement in Google Earth ends up being 900 meters. Meters is the appropriate measurement for NASCAR Racing 2003. That is what it uses as its standard unit of measurement, is meters. So I'm going to stretch this all the way out to 900 meters. And what you can do to get more precise on it, on the ends here, is you can zoom in on it, and you can get a little bit more precise on it. Okay, I'm just trying to show, I guess, that you can see the number in there. It's kind of hard to see. I can't zoom in and on it enough, so that kind of stinks. But you can kind of see what's going on. As the more you zoom in, the more precise you can get with how close that gets. So that's 901. Let's say that's your measurement, just for the sake of it. Now, what you can do now, I kind of move that center, and this is why I said I want to keep that deal here as far as the straight, move this center point right on that center of that. So put it right on that center point. So I think I kind of moved it a little bit. So now that's centered. Now you've got an idea of where you need to stretch your background image to in this direction. Okay, so what you would end up doing is going down into just background image and put that at least what you got here. It's probably not going to be right at first, but that'll give you an idea. So put it at 901 on the width. I think that's the right one. We'll find out. So we do 900, do OK. See, then I'll stretch it out. See, now, that is assuming, like I said, this measurement here is based on you taking the measurement in Google Earth. That's 900 from one apex to the corner to the other, from here to here, not this dead space. So from this point, you would have to adjust for that dead space on both sides here. That is where that value comes from there. I already know what that value is, so I know I can keep adjusting this, though, just to kind of show you. Because just to bear in mind, keep this linear guide. Once you get this measurement, all you're trying to do, this is what you get in Google Earth. All you're trying to do is get these points now to match where you've measured in Google Earth. Okay? I don't want to lose sight of that. You're not trying to measure up the size of your background image, be it your MIP file. That's primarily where it's at right now. That's not what we're trying to do. We're trying to get that same measurement, a one-to-one representation of what you got in Google Earth, to the linear guide is what here's in Sandbox, to this same points. That's what we're trying to accomplish. Alright, so what we need to do, I'm going to put this at like 1200. And this is what you would necessarily do to get to where it needs to go. So it'll stretch out. I see I got a little bit more to go to get it where I've measured in Google Earth. Okay. Go up another 100 meters. We'll go 1300. I already know what it needs to be because I've got that already done. But this is what you would necessarily have to do. See, we're that much closer. Keeping in mind, we're not adjusting that. Once we get the linear guide to where we've got it measured in Google Earth, don't move it. Only adjust these values here. Alright, so now we're going to go to 1400. Just move it up a little more. See, now we're pretty close. See, now I know this value here isn't the same. But this is, if this ends up being representative of what you've got measured in Google Earth, then you're good to go. You don't need to make any further adjustments in this direction. Okay? Now you'd have to do the same thing going the other direction, as far as this way. So you do the same thing in Google Earth. Take your measurement in Google Earth from like the back stretch here to the back stretch, the front stretch wall here. And you get that measurement that you get in Google Earth and apply that to the linear guide in Sandbox. So go this way. Let's say it ends up being 700 meters. For example. So what you do, stretch this out to 700 meters, and you're going to end up moving this back to the center, and that's why you keep this here, so you know where the center's at. So don't be quick, I guess, to want to remove that straight. Alright, let me zoom out on this so I can stretch it out. Let's just say it ends up being 700 meters, just for the sake of it. So I'm going to get this to 700 meters. That's pretty close. And you can zoom in on it to get it to where exactly where you need it to be. Well, let's just say that's our measurement. Now we're going to move the center point onto the center here. Like that. Okay. And then stretch the image. Don't move this. Once you've got this where you need it, as far as what you've measured in Google Earth, centered up in Sandbox. That's what you use that as a reference, that it's centered. And then just adjust your background image. Now in this case we have to do the length. Now we've got it at 700 meters. We'll set it initially at 700 meters. It's going to be wrong. Whoops. What did I do? Oh. It helps if I do it right. So do an OK. So we'll move and it's wrong. So we got to keep adjusting it until we get these points onto the same points that we've measured in Google Earth. Not moving anything else other than adjusting this. So we do 750. Almost there. Background image. So let's do 850. Yep, we're getting closer. 900. You can do it a little bit at a time. And granted, I'm exaggerating these values as far as like, I think, let me check here. What did I have as? Yeah, see, I only ended up needing 730. 1445. That was what I came up with for that. But you get the idea, though. All you're trying to do, what you measured in Google Earth lined up, once you get that linear guide to the same measurement that you have in Google Earth, and lining those endpoints up to your background image as far as the same thing that you've measured visually in Google Earth. That's what you're trying to accomplish. And that's going to give you a one-to-one representation of, so let me just put this at 1,000. Okay, I know what I did wrong. So what it would have been, let's say the measurement for this case would end up being like 500. That's what I did wrong. So just for the sake of this, I'm going to adjust. I think it was like 450 actually. From, you know, as far as measuring in Google Earth, it would have been 450 from here to here. So let me just adjust this for the sake of this. I don't want to make it look exaggerated too much. So let's get this down to 450. Right about there. So if I center this back up. Yep, center this back up on here. Alright. Now I can adjust this. Yeah, this will make more sense now. So now if I put this down to 700, let's say, just to start. There, that's closer. So if I do, you get the idea though. Getting these endpoints, once you've got the measurement of what you've taken in Google Earth and matching that with the linear guide in Sandbox, and then matching those endpoints to what you've measured in Google Earth. That's how you get that background image sized correctly. I know that was a lot to go over with, so if that does necessarily confuse anybody, please let me know. I will gladly try to elaborate. But the other key thing you want to use is something like Google Earth to get those measurements from. So you know you can match your linear guide up the same way as what you've got. So if you've got 450 meters in Google Earth, set your linear guide to the same thing, center it using that laid down straight that you have that's already centered. Sandbox automatically centers it. You can go ahead and then once you've got that sized up, you're free to go. You can, once you've got that all sized up the way you need it to be, you can necessarily turn off the linear guide, and you're off for the races. You can click on this segment from this point, delete that. Oops. Just go into this. You can right click into that and just oh, wait a minute. Oopsie. Kind of moved that around there. It screwed me up. Alright. So you can go into here and wait a minute. Okay, I screwed up somewhere. I should be able to Alright, making it goofy up. Well, me. Oh, I know what. Duh. I forgot to unlock all geometry. My bad. So you do have to unlock all geometry, and I knew I forgot something. So you got to unlock all geometry. Go into this, and then I should be able, at this point, to delete segment. There it is. So you got to unlock all geometry. That's why I was like, what the heck is going on? So if you do, and I've gone over this before too. If you're unable to get, if things are grayed out or what have you, more than likely it's probably because you got to unlock all geometry. You have to zoom out outside of any track geometry you have in there. Right click and select unlock geometry, and you can do that as many times as you like. It doesn't lock back up when you do that. I mean, you can lock the geometry, but yeah, unlock geometry. So once you go back into there, you can select it. Now from this point, I can delete segment. Now from this point, I can put that first segment wherever I want. So I had to run out, grab some groceries, but I'll be back. Okay. I'll probably be off by then, but hopefully that necessarily explains. I know Captain there was looking for that, so if that explains it to you, I'm hoping that's might consider making some 2003 tracks from scratch because Papyrus did. Yeah, and that's part of the other reason too that you mentioned that, as far as like, yeah, understanding though, understanding the technologies that existed, what they had available to them. They didn't have LiDAR. They didn't have a lot of things to go by. They went by, raw measurements. So some of those raw measurements, doing it in the methods that they did it, were off. And that's why a lot of the tracks do happen to be off, as far as doing them justice and stuff like that. We have a lot more information available to include LiDAR, sat imagery, and what have you. So, yeah, doing these types of things is just bringing, I do necessarily suggest, rather than adjusting the geometries to the original tracks, to actually build it over again. And this is why I'm doing the methods that I'm doing. That's why I've been showcasing them the way I have. The best way to do it, to optimize the track and whatever, is to build it entirely from scratch, rather than to edit the existing track. I know I've said that over and over again, and if anything else, that's the other reason I do the streams, to kind of convey the how not so good it is, as far as the optimization of the track. When you take an existing track, it doesn't matter if it's a Pappy track or another track somebody else built, and try to edit it, it's going to cause frame rate issues and whatever, and regardless. Okay? It's much better every time you're going to build a track to not use something already in existence and start over. I mean, as much as that sucks, it sounds like it sucks, when you've got the process down and the workflow down, it's really not that difficult. So that's the other thing I necessarily try to convey in doing these types of streams, as far as scratch built. If it's just minor adjustments to existing tracks, that's one thing. But a lot of these tracks that I've come to notice, and I can name several different modding groups besides our own, be it with Cyber Barbeque project, out there that have hacked the crap out of tracks that it's just ridiculous. I mean, it's just the level of quality or whatever goes down the toilet because of frame rate issues and whatever, because you're basically cutting up something that's, like a film strip. And I've demonstrated this before too. When you take something like a film strip, and that's exactly what a track is, as far as the way the game, reads it, as far as the simulation itself reads it. When you start hacking that original track up, it's like splicing a film strip and trying to put it back together. It's just not going to run the same. As far as like, it's going to skip, it's going to slip and whatever. And that's why you see frame rate issues and everything like that. So it's always best, if you're finding it necessary, necessarily evaluate how much you would have to adjust in an existing track. And if it ends up being you'd have to split a track up or do major geometric surgery, I guess, on it, build it from scratch. That's just in a nutshell as far as that. If it ends up being just, like maybe to take a bump out here or there, or adjust the elevation. Maybe it was a little too extreme in an area. That's one thing. But if you're necessarily thinking about, like putting openings in the walls and stuff like that to start splitting the segments up there, you're better off just building it from scratch. That's one thing, and I have shown the differences, throughout the episodes as far as what the differences are between taking existing tracks, splitting it up, and testing that out and see what that result is in comparison to building it from scratch and see what that result is. We have necessarily gone over that several times, and we have seen that it's a noticeable and extreme difference as far as building it from scratch as opposed to taking an existing track and just hacking it up. So that's all. I'll leave that at that point. So okay, yeah, we'll definitely talk about that later there, Pontiac, as far as but I do necessarily hope I've gone over enough of that. I'm going to make sure that I archive this process, highlighted even in my as far as going out how to do the background image. I hope that does. But like where I finished off here, as far as like deleting that segment that gets centered. Now from this point, you can put your segments wherever you want. So like if, and I've gone over this. This is already showcased in the initial first episodes and what have you, starting the stream out. So, but from here, you would create a straight, and then adjust it accordingly. As far as where the X section lands and all that stuff. And I won't go into that much more like that. But see, this would be what you primarily want to go by, and I'll just go over it briefly. Your center line does not necessarily have to be in the center of the track, number one. But where you put, and let me go over that again, where you right click to put your initial segment is going to determine where that center line goes. So like if I do it more here, if I do a straight, that center line is going to be where your mouse pointer is. As opposed to, you can still drag it this way if you want. So it's not like you can't move it, but primarily just because it's the center line, it doesn't have to be in the center of the track. And what you necessarily need to consider, and again, it depends on the trajectory of your corners, your turns, is going to determine how close the wall or how much to the center that your center line is actually going to be. So I won't go into too much more detail on that because we've already gone over that stuff, but hopefully that does explain a few things. So now what we can do, let's get back to reality here. I'm going to go ahead and I'm just going to do a new. I'm not going to save any of this. That was just for demonstration purposes. But that's the method of how you go about getting Sandbox, I guess, to point to the track directory to which you want to work out of. And I shared that track creation setup deal that we've used for our procedures for the SBP builds. So feel free to use those at your leisure. So what I want to do is just delete this. I don't need that anymore. And we're going to get back to our Charlotte build. Okay. Just checking the time on that. We're doing good so far. We want to test out at this point. Yeah, we want to test out our changes. So what I need to do is I need to load up our last session here that we made those changes to, as far as in this area, the turn 3 and what have you. So we got that loaded. Okay. What I do need to do is take out the LiDAR information. So that's in the form of an object. I'll take that out. Go back to geometry view. And we want to save this as in-game test 7 at this point. Okay. So I'm going to save that. I'm going to verify that that's saved. Get in the right folder. So in-game test 7, so we're good there. And do a new. close this out. Now I need to take this PTF, put that into, you know what? Hold on. Before I do that, I'm going to purge this one out. And by purging them, I'm going to cut this and put this, because we already know that works. You know, we had those particular adjustments, so I'm going to put that in my track projects folder. I did a lot of stuff, and I'm going to overwrite that one so that it's a 1-to-1 so far in what I had in my game tracks folder. Then I'm going to move over this new one, copy that over to my game tracks folder. So now I have a backup in my projects folder. See, I did all that testing and offline, and I had failed to put the last one that I did there prior to purging that out. I just deleted it. So that was kind of going against what I was trying to preach there. I almost goofed. See, I would have been in a bad way if I didn't have a backup somewhere. So, whoops. I want to rename this to the track folder name. Copied that track folder name so that I know it matches the track folder name, so that should be load just fine. So now we're going to go back into the game. I'm going to load this puppy back up, and we'll test her out. Load up the game. Alright, so let's go into testing mode only. Got our Charlotte Roval loaded. And there's our track. And then we'll go ahead and take a spinner on it. Alright, so let's see what we got going on here. Let me, I guess this one does work out pretty good here, but I'm going to switch this over really quick. I guess it doesn't matter. Cool. Guess it works either way. Cool. Alright. So let's check this out. Let's go. Let's see how well we did with our adjustments. Alright, so far so good. It was really in this area right here. We had a curb there, so that's all gone. Very good. And it's still in compliant with the LiDAR. A little bit of a rise right there. So all that wall's now gone. Fairly decent adjustment so far. Oh, we got a little bit right there. Didn't get all that quite out. Not all that's quite out yet. Okay. So we still got a little bit more of adjustment to make there. Got a little bit of curving here yet. Not too bad. It's better than it was, but yeah, it's got a little bit of curving right here. And it kind of goes through this straight right after that curve. Yep. Okay. And I didn't really mess with that too much there. It kind of stopped right at that curve, that turn. So it should smooth back out here, which it does. Not a big, you know, it's pretty reasonable, to be honest. Yep, this was all good and through here. Coming back out onto the main oval. Here. And the walls definitely do work. Pretty smooth all in through here. Alright, let's go a little bit more at speed. Oh, so a little bit of whoop-de-doo there. Okay, let's see how it is in turn 3 here. Yep, that's a lot smoother there. I forgot to check that apron. Oh, it's a little bit of bumpy, a little this right there, not too bad. It's not super ridiculous. Alright, so let's go down. This would be turn 1 of the Roval. So turn down in here. I don't have a setup for this thing here yet, so it's part of the reason why it's a little bit. Gotta get a road course set up. Once I get the track a little bit more defined, will definitely create a setup. But for now, I'm just going to take it nice and slow and easy. So we got that area right there to fix. That's about it. That's all we need to fix so far. Got a little bit of an incline there, which is true to life. Coming back out to the main oval here. This would be turn 1 of the main oval. Oh! A little stiff there. That's just the setup. So you're just checking out the transition here as far as between the banking and the... Seems pretty good. Nice and smooth. So there's a little whippy-do on the outside of 2 here. Right there. Alright, so we got that to adjust. Okay, this is what I wanted to check here too. The exit of their entrance to 3 looks good, but it was like right... Back this up here. Back this up here a little bit. We got a little bit of a hump here in the back stretch. It's like in the middle of it. So it's a little bit further back than I thought. There's a little bit of a hump in here. And it might be just because that X section comes out there. Makes it look that way. I'm not sure. I'll have to check that though. I think there's a little bit of a hill here and we don't want that. Right in this area. Looks like about the middle of the back stretch. Slightly past half anyway. So we got a little bit of a hump in turn 2, exit of 2. Middle of the back stretch, and we got that little bit of a curving and that one straightaway on the infield part of the course. So we'll necessarily adjust that next. Looks good so far though. Let's come back into the pits. So far we're looking good. Coming into the pits here. These textures are definitely not final. I am actually considering applying a overshot my pit. Okay. Guess you want to service it right there. Alright, so they only did it on the one side. Yep, and that's a common problem that exists with the game too, as far as being cockeyed. I think once I get all the other pit stalls in there, I only have the one pit stall that's set. I think that's primarily why it does that, so I'm not too concerned about that right now. That can be adjusted. So, the areas we need to focus on is on the apron, slightly past the midpoint of the backstretch, exit of turn 2, and that's one straightaway on the infield part of the road course. Got that little bit of curbing action going there. So, we know this is all good so far. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this from my game tracks folder over to my projects folder. We know that's good. Overwrite that one. Okay. Then I'm going to open up that the PTF that we made. Our last adjustments, which was the BY. So I'm going to open that back up. And we're definitely getting to the point of being to totally get rid of the LiDAR and just focus on getting the other aspects of the track on there, like the fencing and what have you, and then just buttoning up all the X sections and what have you. We're getting to that point. We're making pretty good progress, I'd have to say, going into the 11th episode now of this deal. Alright, let me switch this back over to this. There we go. Yeah, that has the uptime in there. And I know one thing, I guess I always forget this. And That bugs the heck out of me. I forgot to put on, I can put it on, it's a little late, but I forgot to put this little utility on that I usually do. Let me bring this up here really quick. Close that. I'll just set this up on here. I try to remember to put that on there, but I always sometimes forget. Let's adjust some things higher. There we go. So yeah, that should give you an idea, at least. I mean, like I said, it's probably a little bit late. I always forget to put that utility on and let you know what I'm clicking on, as far as left mouse or whatever. Kind of give you somewhat of an idea. So now that I got this track back loaded again, get the main view. Here we go. Got to unlock all geometry. Alright, now what I needs to do. Okay, I lost sight there. Yeah, so I think what's necessarily going on, I'm not 100% sure, that's why I'm going to check it. I think the reason it looks like it's got a rise in this area is because this kind of jaunts out here, but I want to double check that to see. So if I go in the height view, I think it does have a little bit of a hump there. So let's check out this view in that area. Right here. So let's see what is going on there. So we got, let's move this to the left. Yeah, I think we do have a hump there. So we're going to have to flatten that out. So let's move our camera. Alright, we're in the center because it'll be the way we open that. Okay, so we're going to go over to this area. Let's take care of that first. So this right in here, we got a little bit of a hump in this area. So we can see if we can get that out. Alright, so keeping it on the camera view. We can watch to see what's going on here. So if I can adjust this one. Yep. So we need to come down. Yeah, probably to that level. So this one is next to the apron. Let's see if we can smooth this out. Like so. There we go. That should be all we needed to do there. So, yeah, so the fact that this does jaunt out, so what this is here, it's got this little jaunt out here, it almost makes it look like it's up, raised, but what this is here is it cuts out this way, so it's not a straight line, it kind of cuts out here. So that's why it tends to, it's kind of an optical conclusion as far as it doesn't go straight across. Looks like it's raised, which it's not. But it did have a slight little hump there, so we took that out. Actually, it still looks like it's, if I put it this way, it still looks like it's got a little bit of a raise there. So let me see. Let me play with this a little bit. It looks good here. Let's go back. Nope, see, it actually looks pretty good. So that goes, so what I'm looking at now, see how it goes this way and then it comes up and it goes back down. So that tells me there's a little bit of a hump here, right in this area. Yep, because it's not at the same level as this. So what I'm gonna do, let me bring the camera view up here. Let me see. So if I look at this here, how close it is to this grid line, if I move this back, or actually forward, I'm sorry. Alright, the fact that it's at this level here, that's just before it. Alright, so what I need to do, okay, trying to see the... Okay, that's that big piece there. So right at this, where it jumps off here, that's what I want to focus on. So here to here, I need to move this up. Okay, so let me bring this on the camera view, so we can see this going on here. There we go. So all that's going to level out with that. Plus it's going to move it here. Like that. Okay. So we're going to level this all out. See what's going on here. You can see what's going on here. Alright. Oh, snap. I don't know if I want to mess with that, though. Wow. I wonder why that drops off so much there. Okay, so let's just pay attention to this here. Alright. Okay. Alright, so yeah, just looking at the profile there, that's good. Alright, where's this one at? Let me see. Yep, so we need to adjust that one too. Keeping all these views up right here in one screen is a pain. Alright, so let's bring this up. Yeah, so that'll level that out. That's what I want. Bring this up. And I'm just leveling that out. That should do. Yeah, see, this one I don't really want to mess with. That's on the apron. That's good as far as that profile. Don't want to mess with that. Okay, so I think we're good in this region. Yep. That looks a little better. That's a little bit more leveled out. Cool. Very good. Now, let's go backtrack here. We'll go get this little dip coming out of exit 2, which I'm thinking it might be right where this area is here. So we'll take a look there. We'll highlight that X section in here. Actually, I thought it was more right about here. So let's look at the X sections in the height view here. And let me pan out here just to see where that's at. Okay. So we'll zoom in on that. Actually, that looks pretty smooth. See, right now it's on the outside. We want to be right here. So that's probably... This is probably the bump that we feel right here. It's got this little bit of... Now, like I was saying, what you have to envision is like if you were driving on this, you know, like if you put your car side, you know, on the side view and drove over this, this is what you'd feel. So this is probably the bump right here. The fact that this goes down, that's the bump we feel. So we need to straighten that out a little bit. So we're going to straighten that out just a tad. Try to make that point there. There we go. Bring that down just a tad. Like so. And that should smooth that out. So now we should have no more bump with the exit 2. Okay. And the next area was on this straight right here. We had a little bit of some curbing. So we'll take a look at that. Let me focus this over here. Like that. Okay, bring up the camera. Point that to that area. Right in here. So, yep, you can see that right in here. It's kind of hard to see it because it's kind of cutting through. There's a little bit of a curve right here. I'm going to fix that. Let me zoom out on this. So that would be this area. Right here. So yeah, we can see a little bit of waviness in here as well. Let me zoom in on this a little better. I can bring this into the picture. So that's pretty straight right there actually, but Just checking all the way through here. Alright, so what's this one here? Yeah, that needed to be smoothed out anyway. Trying to get that curving. And we should see a clearly defined curb there in the height view, so that's what I'm looking for. Alright, so if we go here, bring up the camera view. It's not really that much of one, but it's there. Yeah, we can see it's adjusting. Alright, I can see it adjusting. Yep. So we're in the right region. It is a very subtle one, but it's there. Alright. Okay, so let's that's at 30 degrees. Let's bring that more to 0. Okay, move that this way. Okay, that's 0. Just zeroing this out. And that's 0. Okay, so now let's go back. Yep, so it's got a little bit of one here. There it is. Okay, so bring that down. Bring this down. There it goes. That's what I was looking for. So I want to put trying to get that to 0 or close to it. Yep, so you can see how that creates a curve there. So we need to get that straightened out. Okay, so that's at 0. Still got a curve there though. Why is that? Why is that? Alright, to me, it looks like it needs to go more like that. So I'm looking at this, that, as well as I can see visually here. That should be a little bit better there. Yep, so it's still got a little bit more up and through here, so we're going to go forward. Alright. Try to keep this in view here. You can see there's a little bit of a curve there. So put this more closer to 0. Oh, why that's doing that? That's interesting. You can see that change in texture color. It's a very subtle one, but it is there. It kind of bugs me because I want to get rid of it. Darn it. Okay. Yeah, so these are pretty close to 0. It's only got 0.14 degrees. So just gotta get these straightened out here. Yep, so it does have still a little bit of a curb there, but I'm trying to get it out of there. Try zooming in just a tad more on this one. God, that looks straight across to me. 0. It's got a 90.90. Let's go this way. Yep, so I can see that adjust. 0.19. My goodness, why doesn't that wanna? It's kind of almost forcing me to do one of these numbers. That's kind of weird. maybe I'll try and do it down this way. Alright, let's check. Let's watch this edge here. Okay, so maybe it needs to be more that way. Like so. I can already tell that's going too low, so I'm going to split the difference here. Yeah, that should be pretty good right there. Alright, so now that curbing should be gone. Okay. Move it along here, just to see, and we'll move it. What is this one? Where's that one at? Okay, that's on the outside edge here. Alright, so let's smooth that out a little bit. Yep, this one I want to smooth out a little bit. There we go. That should do it. There, that should take care of that. So we got this region we adjusted. Exited 2, and then this area here. That's all adjusted now. Cool. So now we'll go ahead and save that as a new PTF. And we'll give it one more test. So now we're on BZ. So we've gone through all the B's. Now we can probably go to a C for next time. Yep, as far as our saving. So I'm going to confirm that that's saved. So that should be BZ. That's right there. So we're good. So now we're going to go ahead and save a new in-game test. We're going to go into Object View, take out our LiDAR information, switch it back to Geometry, do a File, Save As. I want to do in-game test 8. Yep. Cool. So we got that. Now we can close this out. Oh crap, I thought I closed out. Whoopsie. Alright, so let's go ahead and close this out. Like so. And now we want to take... We already moved over our... I just want to make sure that I did that though. I'm pretty sure I already did. I'm just going to ensure that. Put that in my tracks folder. Yep. Already moved that. So now I'm going to... actually, I meant to cut that. Completely move that out of here. Move that to the track projects folder. Refresh that. Now I'm going to copy over our new in-game test over to our game tracks folder, and then rename this to our track folder name. So we need that needs to be the same name as the track folder, and this is basically serving as our DAT file for right now. Since we're not packing anything up, we only have our track geometry as well as our ground plane and our track mat, of course. That's all we have to our track so far. So now what we can do is we can load the game up at least one more time. We'll test that out and we'll see where we're at. Alright, so back in our track, load it up, and I'm going to switch this over. There we go. So now we're going to get in our car. Let's take a lap around it. There we go. This should be our last test for the evening. So all this has been corrected, so this is all good here. It'd probably work a lot better if I had a setup for it, and I will get closer to developing a solid pier now that we've got more of our... So this is where we took out all that curbing. Still a little bit one there, but it's not that terrible. Not nearly as bad as it was, so I think that'll work. Yep, pretty good all through here. Coming back onto the main oval. Walls still work. Okay, let's see how that bump was on the exit of 2 on the main oval. Not sure which turn that is considered, I guess, on the roll, but coming out here, that bump should be gone. Nope, still a little bit there yet. A little bit of a whoop-de-doo there. Oh, a little bit of a bump there. Holy crap, let me do another lap on that. I think we might have created an additional bump. Check that out. Woo! Smoking them up. Coming into turn 1 of the oval. Turn here. So that's 2. This would be turn 3. Turn 3. This would be turn 4. Gotta count these turns. Coming up to turn 5 here. I guess it'd be turn 5. So there's turn 5. Oh. Turn 6. Turn 6. There's turn 7. This would be turn 8. That's turn 8. I guess this would be considered turn 9. Turn 9, I guess that would be right there. A little bit of a whoop-de-doo. Not nearly as bad, but it's still a little bit there. So I think we got one in the... Still one right there. Okay, so we still got to fix that. Turn 3 is good. So we got a little whippy-doo. So I have to check that area again closer. I think I might have adjusted that too much. That was closer to the apron there. I remember that. So that's the other adjustment I need to make. So I'll do that. That's really the only adjustment I need to make. That.
1 minute 43.6.
So I'm thinking, yeah, I counted some of them turns there. So what's considered turn 2 of the oval? It's turn 9, I guess, of the roval. That's what I count, at least anyway. So we got at least one more adjustment to make. We got just a slight adjustment in the exit of turn 9 of the roval, and I think I'll go ahead and do that. Why not? I'm gonna go ahead and do that. If that's no, I'm gonna purge this out of here since we know that works and put that in my track projects folder. We know that one's good to go. Okay, and then I'm gonna go here and I'm gonna load up our last. That's the BZ. We'll load that up. Let's make those final adjustments. We'll get that smoothed out. Get it going here. You'll end up having to do quite a bit of that, you know, to just kind of get those little new iterations out, I guess you could say. Alright, so we've unlocked all the geometry. So let's take another look at this area. Turn 9 of our roval course. And see what we got here. So we still got a little bit of... We need to go this way. Okay. Not a whole lot of adjustment, but I wasn't sure if I needed to move this down or not, so that's looking like I might need to. So let's go back up to here. This here actually looks pretty good, so that shouldn't need to be adjusted there. That's pretty straight. Alright. So if we move it here, see, it might be just this little bit. It's got a little bit of wonkiness there. Alright, so if we go... Yeah, so that's on the apron here, so that's nothing. We could probably still straighten this out, that's no big deal. Alright. Get back to here. Just gonna smooth some of these out here a little bit. Make these a bit more parallel. Alright. So, this was the roughly the region, whatever we need to adjust here, and I think it's just this little bit. It's got a little bit of a dip here. It's not terrible. It's probably just like that ought to do it. Kind of straighten that out there. So that's, yeah, so between here, that's pretty straight there. Let's check it here. Yeah, that's the long backstretch piece there. Okay. I'm just going to straighten these out. Yeah, I think that's really about all I can do there to get that out of there, to be honest. Yep, so between there. Okay, that should be good to go there. So we got a little bit of a whoop-de-doo right around in this region, still on the track. Yeah, I fixed that. And I kind of figured that because there was that drop-off, oops, next to the apron there, and I think I might have, yeah, so I think it was like right in here, thereabouts. So let me adjust that. Yep, so it would have been right around in this. So I do think I did mess up. Let's see. Alright, so that's there. This one's there. Alright, let's see if I... this up here like that. I see how these got tangled up here a little bit. Okay, so this one is right on the apron. That's where I think I'm feeling that. Alright, so let's put that there. Wow, okay. Yep, so that's the bump I think I'm feeling right in there. From here to there, that's where that bump is at. So I think I need to... let's see here. See it adjusting here too. Smooth that out. Okay. So this is all on the apron here, so I don't think... that's kind of weird how that's going like that, though. Let me bring up the camera view here. It's pointed in that direction. Right about here. Let's see what's going on here. So, yep, we got our little John off there, so it should be like all in this region here. We're going to keep an eye on this here and see what's going on. Alright, that's right on the Yep, I can see that adjusting there. Alright, so it looks like this needs to come down. Yeah, so that I think needs to be adjusted like so. Now, where is that? Oof. Hope I'm not putting that, Alright, hold on here. So that's the outside. Not worried about that. The profile here looks good. Yep, that looks good. So this is moving forward, okay. Now it's just a matter of tweaking this out here so it's smooth, obviously. But I see how much that's adjusting it there, and I don't want to adjust that too much, because then that's going to pull it away from our LiDAR information. So trying to balance that out some. Okay. Oh, you know what? I forgot to switch that over, my scene over. My bad. Thank you for reminding me. There we go. Thanks for reminding me. I got a separate scene, I guess, for that, between going into the game and doing this type of stuff. Nope, it's not just you. Alright, so I'm trying not to adjust. I see how when I'm adjusting this, it's kind of more severely adjusting this point here, which is our pivot point for our elevation, you know, for our banking. So I want to pay really close attention to how much that's adjusting in comparison. So like when I adjust this, I guess it's a little further up there than I thought. Okay, so let's yeah, it's kind of up here ways. See, I don't want to adjust that too much because you can already see how that's. Alright, let's see here. So if I go into here, yeah, so you can see it kind of poking through there. So I gotta find that sweet spot as far as where that needs to be. Yep, so that's all behind it there. So let's go work back from that point. And it's right there, so there we go. So the sweet spot is going to be like right about there. Right about there. Okay, so if I straighten this out. No, get on that one. Try to keep that bump out of there. This is all pretty bumpy in here, actually, it looks like. See, all of this is towards the outside wall, so we're not too worried about that. But we'll deal with it anyway, just to. There, that should be better. So I think smooth that out. That's all on the apron. Okay. That should be pretty good right there. Oh, that's on the. Yeah, so you can see how that's adjusting there. So yeah, our sweet spot's going to be right about there. As far as it being just underneath the LiDAR. We don't want that too far down there, as we dealt with that in the infield part of the road course. So that should be good. So hopefully we got the bump out of that and the bump out of turn 2. So we'll have to test that one now. Alright, so save that one. And we got to move it up to a new letter. So we go on BZ, now we're going to go to C. And I think I'll just do it as Yeah, just plain C. So our successive ones would be CA, CB, CB, whatever. Okay. Alright, so we got that one saved. Yep. So that's our save right there. So now I just need to remove the LiDAR information. Object placement view. Highlight that. Delete that out. CA is for Canada. Yeah, you're probably right. See, what I usually do when I start off a new letter, I'll just go with the initial letter. And if I have any successive saves, I'll do the next one as like a CB. Yeah. So I'll go CB, CD for, for the next successive saves. And once I get through a letter, like I just did BZ, I'll just go up to the next letter. And then when I start using letters completely up to where I've gone all the way to a Z, to a ZZ, then I'll start all over again. I'll go AA, BB, and that does happen quite a bit. Fortunately, unfortunately, however you want to look at it. So now I need to save this one as in-game test, and we're on in-game test 9. So I'll just change that to a 9. Alright, now we'll confirm we save that. That's right here. So we're going to copy this over our game track folder. Rename this PTF so that it matches the track folder. Alright. And then go ahead and test that. We're going to close this out. Okay. Good on that for now. So now I'm going to load up the game. Okay. Thought I had something running I didn't need to. It's freaking me out a little bit. Alright, so let's go ahead and load the game up. This should be our last test here, I'm thinking. Hopefully. We've done moved all those bumps out of there. I don't like to leave it hanging. Alright, so let's switch this over here. Okay. Now, let's get in our car. And let's go check it out. Alright. So I think this was turn 4. Up here was turn 5. So this is turn 5. Coming up turn 6. So it's turn 6. Turn 7. Turn 8, coming back onto the main oval. Oh, a little bit of a whoop-de-doo there. Holy crap, I missed that one. Guess I missed that one coming out of turn 8. This would be considered turn 9. Alright, so let's see if this bump is out. That's better. So let's see on the back stretch. Yep, that's nice and smooth now. So back stretch is fixed. So I got a little bit of whip-de-doo, I guess, coming out of turn 8. Going back onto the main oval from the inner quarters. Yeah, I noticed that too. I'm going to make another lap here just to confirm. Just to confirm. Oh, hold on to it. Hold on to it. It'd be nice once I get a setup for it too. Just gotta. I got the original. It's basically just the original Charlotte. For the Charlotte track. not the roval. Definitely needed some adjustments to take on the entire course. Yeah, that's all to come there. Like the little bus stop or the chicane or whatever you want to call it in the front stretch as well as in the back stretch. Those all are going to be added in the form of just a 3DO. Don't need to do that in geometry. So here, right in this area, so we had a little bit of a, yeah, it's like where it crashed. Let's go back here. So that should stop us there. Let me whip this around. Going the wrong way, dummy. There we go. Alright, let's turn this around. I gotta find out exactly where that bump is at. Come on now. Alright. Wheels just acting goofy. Alright, so let me turn this around. Gotta find out exactly where that bump is at. Keep hitting that doggone wall. I know it's not against the wall, so it's further away from the wall. Yeah, so the fact that we got all these barriers there, that's good. That's the natural barriers that exist because it won't let you. They're not open on that left or right. So it is a little bit of ways from the wall itself. Alright, so let's see if I can go this way. I want to find out exactly where it's at. There it is. Felt it that time. Alright. It's kind of hard to notice because you're making that turn without having a good setup in there, kind of. So it's like, you can see where I got the skid mark right there. Yeah, it's about that region, so let me see here. Back around, we're gonna find this little sucker. There it is. Okay, so it's from the wall end. Okay, so we'll have to just check that area. I got a rough idea where it's at now. Okay, so let's get out of that. So we'll adjust that one too. Let's adjust that one. Okay, so yeah, let me switch this back over while I'm thinking of it. There we go. Alright, so yeah. We got at least one more adjustment to make, unfortunately. So let's go ahead. We know this one works, so that's good. So we're going to cut that one out and put it in our track projects folder. Save that. That one's new, so we're going to refresh that. Go back into our track edits here, and that was C, test 9, this one right here. So I'm going to beam this one back up. Yeah, so you were talking about the chicane there. That's all going to be done in the form of a 3DO. And by that, the front stretch will have just the, what you call it? It's the, in fact, let me turn off the draw a world underneath. So yeah, this little chicane here, the way this is going to be represented is through a 3DO, and this region up and through here will be open on the left, and this will be open on right. So you'll be able to go through this region. So we don't need, and this is what was gone over way early in the process here. This stuff can be represented through a 3DO. As far as this little to include, and it doesn't have it on this image, but the bus stop that's right here, we can do that all in the form of a 3DO. This shouldn't be a problem on this here, but even through here, we should be able to pass through this without a problem. Whether or not, like I said, if we need to apply it as open on left or open on right, we shouldn't need to, but you would be able to navigate through this and even possibly put a checkpoint in through this region for these D-longs. But that'll be done in the form of 3DO between this spot and this spot on the backstretch. So yeah, that'll definitely all be done in the form of 3DO. We'll make this area that way, and then you'll be able to still see that visually as far as what path you need to take here, so, and still maintaining the original main oval. So yeah, that's already been gone over, I guess, as far as we're getting to that point to where we can start making those types of objects to place them in there to include this region that I'll need to fill in the turn 1 area and the turn 8, I guess this would be, we could determine. So between turn 1 and turn 8, there'll be a 3DO in through here to cover up all that noise. You know, as you can see, that visual turn, so if you try to go through this, you're not going to be able to because it's got that natural barrier. So, yeah, we'll turn on the textures back on here. Gonna unlock this, and this should be, hopefully, our very last. I know I keep saying that, but it's going to be right in this area, it seems. Alright, so let's bring up our height view. Okay, so let's see what we got going on here. So it's going to be this region. Let's see what we got going on here. So this one. Yep, it was further away from the wall, so here's the wall. So it's going to be in between these two here, is where we're actually sensing it. So I think this needs to be smoothed out a tad. Okay, I'm just watching that. Yep, so this just needs to be smoothed out a little bit. It's not that bad of a bump, really, but it's enough to cause a disruption. Okay, so if we move this, yeah, it's just like we had in turn 2 is basically what it is. It's just a subtle bump there. I'm adjusting all that. You can see that the checkered pattern actually fluctuating as I do that. Yep, so we'll just get this all nice and smoothed out. Subtle adjustments. Okay. Da, 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 da. All right. Yep. See, in actuality, I think this could probably come down just a little bit. You can see how that's all. Let's bring this down a little bit more. That might help that transition a little bit more too. Yep. So let's bring this all down. It might seem like I'm making a huge adjustment, but it's really not. It's just smoothing this out. Small adjustments make a big difference when it comes to this view, at least anyway. So if we look at how our cutaway view is here, you can see exactly what's going on here. So you got this here, oops, represents the infield here, and I could probably actually bring this up now that I look at that to this level. Yep. So this all actually needs to come up. This is all towards the infield, which we haven't really tested all that much. So we can actually bring this up. Gosh darn it. Stop deselecting that. Oh my goodness, what's going on? There you go. So yeah, we can bring that all up to that level. That's all along the infield, that inside retaining wall. So we can bring that all up. And I think part of the reason why I left that out, or left it down there, is because it was starting to cut in to the edge of the LiDAR. I think that's primarily why I left that like that. So let me see if I can put this somewhere we can see it. So as I adjust this, you can see how it's moving, cutting into the edge of the LiDAR data. And I think that's why I left that there, but I think it does necessarily, so if you look at here, as far as this is what you want to see, this is the inside retaining wall coming out to the apron to the outside wall. So we'll get these all moved up like so. We can do that without hurting too much. So yep, so you can see our cutaway view. This is the inside retaining wall, apron up to the outside wall here. So let's get all this apron, the inside retaining wall moved up like so. This one's pretty good actually. Whoops. Not too bad there. Yep. So now we smoothed it out there now. So that's just, like I said, that's inside. So that should be all nice and smoothed out there. So now we'll check that in the game as far as the smoothness of that turn 8. Hopefully that should be good. Alrighty then, so let's save that. And this one will be a CB. Alright, we'll confirm that that's saved. Where am I at? Yep, so that's CB, that's right there, so that's good. And now all I need to do is remove that LiDAR once again. So go to Object View, take that out. I'll move it back to Geometry, File, save that as in-game test. Looks like we're up to 10. Cool. So hopefully by next week, we'll probably necessarily go over in that, because we're getting to the point now where we can start buttoning up a lot of these X sections now. Now that we know pretty much everything is smooth, we can start snapping a lot of these X sections or whatever to the wall and other F sections and what have you. Once that's all been completed, I think we're pretty much to that point where we can start doing that. And then after that, that is when we can start creating our 3DOs and such for things like the chicane or the bus stop here, as well as on the back stretch. And this object, I guess, goes in between this dead zone here, going in between turn 1 and turn 8. So, yep, that's about where we're at there for probably next week. Actually, I should probably make a fair mention that next week I will be off again. I've got something that I have to attend to, I guess, for next week, so I will be off next week. So there's going to be a little bit of a break. So that's why I'm kind of going a little bit overtime here, a bit, than I usually do, as I want to get as much information out there as possible. So yeah, there will be a slight little break again, and I might try to squeeze another makeup, I guess, of sorts, like on a Monday or something like that. If not, possibly during the week before Saturday. So definitely keep in notifications. If you haven't followed the channel, necessarily follow the channel so you can get the notifications for that. You can also check the Discord. I'll put these informations out there. You can check the Discord, the Twitter, as well as our Facebook group page for notifications as to when the streams go live. So feel free to check any one of those. And it brought up the SDS site itself. You can feel free to check that out as well. But that's where you'll get the notifications. Alright, so I want to make sure that... Alright, 10. Here we go. So we need to copy this one into our games track folder. And I need to copy the folder name. Rename that to our folder name, like so. Good. That's all good to go. And we'll go ahead and close this out. And one more final test, I believe. I think I am going to make this the final test, to be honest. I think you pretty much get the idea of what the process is as far as checking your height view. Now that we have that, we've got that visual data to go by as far as how to set the elevation to it. With the point cloud, it makes it much better. It gives us a better reference to what is going on, and I want to switch this over. Okay, so here we go. One final test. And primarily what we're focusing on is that turn 8 across the way there. So we cannot go, and I want to show this actually. This has been fixed, so you cannot transverse that. So like I was saying, as far as having those natural barriers in there, I'm going to reset my car here so that it's... So I got a fresh car. And yeah, so you will not be able to cross over that gap there because of that natural barrier there. Alright, so we're going to check our turn 8. So this should be turn 4 here. Coming up to turn 5. Turn 6. Turn 7. Coming up to turn 8. Ah, crap. Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn around. I think it's still there, though. Damn it. It's being stubborn. Alright. Turn this back around. Pick up on the bank in here. Yep, still there. Damn it. That's crazy. Alright. Still definitely there. Oh yeah, it's definitely still there. Okay, well, obviously there's still some more adjustment to be made there. We know approximately the area that needs to be, so that's what I'm going to have to do. Yeah, you can really see it too, visually, why that's being so stubborn. It looks pretty smooth. Yep, that's a natural barrier. Cool. Just making sure that works. You can see it. Oh man, that's the wall. There it is. So, yeah. I am not gonna... Yeah, it's about where that skid mark is right there. It's interesting because it looks so smooth. I mean, it's a very subtle bump, but obviously it does disturb the car quite a bit. So, anyways, you get kind of the idea of what's involved, I guess, with getting that stuff out of there. And we have fixed several bumps in the track in much the same fashion. I could probably do this probably for another half hour. I don't want to do that. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to save that. I think for the most part the track is pretty much done as far as the elevations go. So what we will probably look into next time, let me bring this over. Whoops. What we will necessarily be going over next time around, which will be in 2 weeks from this week. So by my calendar, let me check my calendar. That would be on the 29th. So we're approaching the end of the year. Oh my goodness. This year went by so darn fast. Yeah, so by the 29th will be the next time, at the absolute latest, that we'll have another session for Spline Design Studios Saturday. The 22nd for next week. We will be off again. Whether or not I'm able to throw in a makeup stream in there, either before or on that following Monday after that Saturday, I'm not sure. Like I threw out the social media links there as far as the Discord, the Twitter, and the Facebook. Necessarily get on those to get the notifications as to whether or not that's going to happen or not. I'll leave that up to all of you that have graciously showed up, I guess, to see what I got going on here for Saturdays. Appreciate everybody that came this evening. I do look forward, I guess, to doing these for as long as there's people out there that are interested in them, and I do get some more interaction. I would like to have more interaction, I guess, as far as with this, if possible. So if there's anybody that you know that is interested in this type of stuff and would like to know more about how this stuff works, get them over here to tune in, I guess, on primarily on Saturdays, starting at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, for these types of things. I do all types of Enter 2003 related stuff, as well as 3D modeling for other simulations as well. So I do, again, want to thank everybody that stopped by. We had a couple new follows. We had some biddies exchanged, whatever. That's very, very generous. I appreciate that. I don't necessarily expect that, but I can definitely appreciate it. I do want to get some more support for the channel so that I can do a lot more for it, as far as like applying webcams and whatever, so that I don't have to try and squeeze all the information on the one monitor. I do run a 2-monitor system, but a lot of the second monitor deals with all the streaming stuff. So I do necessarily have to squeeze everything onto the one monitor, so that's things like that. I want to be able to better the quality, I guess, of the stream in that fashion. So through support of subscriptions or donations or whatever like that, those definitely do help. Like I said, they're not 100% required, or it isn't an obligation, but I do necessarily appreciate those. So I know I'm dragging this out here. We're approaching almost 4 hours into this stream time. I'm just kind of going over what I've got here so far. So we've gone through all these PTFs as far as our in-game tests and what have you, and I'm going to necessarily purge all those and put those in my PTF save folder. And we're going to start fresh next time around with our last. We ended up on CB. Yep, we ended up to apply elevation CB. So that'll be the next one that we continue with next time around. Do hope to see everybody back, I guess, to see what's going on there. And even if you don't, I have the archives, necessarily the VODs that do archive, I guess, on the channel, as well as on the YouTube page, which I think I still got. Let me go back here. I'll throw that out there really quick as well. Let me see. Yeah, so right here, I do need to get this into command. But it is at the bottom of the channel as well, as far as the social media links for the archives of the YouTube videos. They do eventually end up in that YouTube page, which is brand new. I'm using that to accommodate, to complement, as I should say, the Twitch channel. All those that do fall off on the Twitch channel will end up over on that YouTube page. So I want to thank everybody so much for coming by, and I hope to see you again soon. Bye for now.